Aloha. My name is Mailani. My dad is from Nebraska. My mom is from Hawaii, which is why I say aloha, but I love living in Nebraska. I am one of the co-sponsors this morning of this summit and welcome all of you. Please turn to your neighbor and say aloha. We're going to get this started with a lot of enthusiasm. Aloha, Matt.
Aloha.
So if you picture this, last year, Matt and I sat on an AI panel at Creighton University. We met, and that's where the idea for this was hatched. Said, hey, let's partner up because we as a state of Nebraska do not have a good game plan on how to position ourselves in this fast-moving world of emerging technologies. Backwards a little bit, in 2019, I'm a serial entrepreneur, former professor at the university, investor with Nebraska Angels, and realized that when I was recruited by the Department of Defense to help with modernizing nuclear weapons technology out at Stratcom, very quickly that most of the billions of dollars that flow through our state do not land with our Nebraska companies, innovators, or entrepreneurs. So my idea was we got to fix that. We have all the ingredients here to be really impactful. So fast forward, there's a movement called Nexus. Excuse me. So multiplying Nebraska's impact on U.S. national security. And we're really beginning to build momentum around that. We had a group from the Department of Defense come out, and they had dinner with us before we went to the Nexus event. And they said, you know, when we buy our billions of dollars, we don't think of Nebraska. We buy cybersecurity, we think of this location. We buy space, we think of Huntsville or LA. We don't think of anything when we think of Nebraska. So I said, we've got to fix that. Excuse me. So this leads us to where we're at right now. We have everybody involved that have networks to reach out to others. By 2030, 85% of the jobs that we know right now are going to be different because of AI. What feeds into AI is the data side of things. So that's the reason why we're here. In meeting Matt, when he came into the position as CIO for the state of Nebraska with his extensive resume, I said, hey, we can bring some of the federal components and investors and some of the academia, and he can bring the state side. So let's, as a group, come together with that objective to work on making our own lives and our own work lives better. That will move Nebraska forward. And then let's also do the same thing for our networks. So this is your challenge for today. Because AI is actionable, our challenge to you is 1 and 1. By the end of today, you should leave with at least one AI tool or data tool that will move you forward in your job, that you can investigate. We actually have a digital swag bag for you from some of our really wonderful sponsors and vendors. Getting those ideas about what are you going to use to improve your own work life. So that's one. The second one is the one that's the most important in my view, and that is one relationship. So you should intentionally be able to leave here with one relationship, which I've been seeing all kinds of great conversations happening. So 1 and 1, leave with one tool, one relationship. So when we get together again next year and do this next summit, you can report back and say, hey, look, my life is better, my company is better, the state is better, the organization is better because of this groundswell movement. And then the subsequent year, we can continue to grow on all of those things. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Matt, and he's going to give you some logistics, and we will, excuse me, we'll get forward. I have one other thing to say. If you take our agenda and you put it into AI and you ask it to compare to other data and AI summits, you're going to find, and I've done this numerous times, that there are some significant differences. This is not a state only, this is not a federal only, this is not an industry only AI summit. One of the key things that's different is we want to be able to show that there is actually Nebraska AI happening. So you're going to see 3 companies that are going to showcase what they're doing on a global stage all the way from Nebraska. So with that, please welcome Dr. Matt McCarville.
Good morning. Theron, we're good? Good morning, everybody. I want to thank you for coming. We had a target of about 100 people for this, the first year ever. We had over 200 register. I have no clue how many are in here. And you guys in those two back rooms, those are 102A and 102B. And in a flick of the switch, if we wanted to mess with you, they also are on turnstiles and rotate completely around. So later on, when you see the breakout sessions, you will see that those are 102A and B. That's where we will have the state workshop and Milani leading a more federal-focused workshop. As she said, we have private companies here. We have agency heads here from the cabinet, from the governor. We have non-cabinet agencies, codes, commissions, boards. We have staff and executives from the universities, the community colleges, the system of the university, the system of the community colleges, the individual community colleges, K through 12, ESUs, private sector, the Omaha Zoo, consultants. Everyone is here, and I have to thank you for trying to get everybody together in the effort to modernize technology approach in Nebraska and spotlight what we do well in Nebraska. The artificial intelligence companies that are based here that Milani mentioned this morning will be demoing what they do. You're going to see use cases about artificial intelligence, use case applications we are actively doing in the state of Nebraska. You're also going to see ideas that we could implement if funding existed for these things to move forward. So as we go through today, not only the two things that Milani said as takeaways, but we also want you to understand that we are actively doing modernization, IT, data analytics, and AI in Nebraska, and we are actively pursuing more options and further advancement. There's a lot of things today that it's the art of the possible. We are dreaming of getting there. There are other things today that are a little more show and tell. It's a little of what we are doing right now. In this role I've been in about a year and a half, we have a lot of modernization to face in the state. Came into an on-prem mainframe, on-prem data center, no cybersecurity, no data, no BI tool, none of that existed about a year and a half ago. We are now doing that at the state level. We have agencies that you will hear from this morning where their leadership years ago started a department level BI, AI, and chief data officers with Health and Human Services and DOT. We're working at the state now to work with those agencies that are more advanced than the state central IT to advance our approach on data, AI, multi-cloud, and mainframe modernization so that we can get towards this future state of a more cost-efficient and effective government while also being able to pioneer new use cases that show what government can do when they modernize and leverage technology. So thank you very much for coming. I hope you enjoy your day. We'll have lunch out there. We have a dining room that is around the corner. This is also today is technically the first full day. We cut the plastic off the chairs yesterday for our Office of the CIO Omaha office in this building, which is just right down where the breakfast was. You'll see our logo on the door. You are welcome to go in. There's a wooden door that is not electronically controlled that anybody can go in and kind of check it out. This will be our recruiting center and our data and AI center of excellence for the state of Nebraska here in Omaha. So we can recruit from UNO, which is on the workforce panel, the only bachelor's degree in the public sector in AI in a multi-state region. We can recruit from the community colleges. We can get students from the private universities in this area like Creighton and Bellevue University. We can target veterans. It will really help us recruit and hopefully retain this next generation of talent for IT. So, with that, I'm going to hand the microphone over here. Vicki Kramer is the director of DOT in a lovely background and resume, and she's going to also go over what the governor gave us his submission as the introduction, and we'll have that video queued up. Oh, you go ahead, wherever you want to stand.
I'm Governor Jim Pillen. Welcome to the Nebraska Data and AI Summit right here in Omaha. This event provides a tremendous opportunity to come together, public sector leaders, industry experts, state agency representatives, and fellow Nebraskans to explore how data and artificial intelligence can truly transform the way we serve our people and create a better future for our state. Data is critical to making smart decisions. I've relied on data as a livestock producer and businessman. Now we're expanding our use at the state level. Here's an example. Water is our most precious resource. We have the pot of gold, the Ogallala Aquifer, and we irrigate more acres than any other state in the nation. To ensure that our farms and our ranches and our communities have water for generations to come, we are going to start measuring water in real time. Every single drop we use matters. This is just one simple but critical example of how important accurate data can be. AI is another tool that has huge potential by making processes faster, more accurate, and less costly. Just last week at the Governor's Summit, I hosted a panel of our agency leaders in sharing the things they are doing to improve service delivery for Nebraskans and save money. Those accomplishments are only possible by analyzing each system and measuring the inputs and outcomes. The impact of AI promises to make those processes even more efficient, resulting in even greater benefits. The possibilities and practically endless in healthcare, education, national defense, and much more. I'm excited for the discussions, the innovations, and the ideas that will come from today's summit. Thank you for your commitment to our state and for answering the call to make Nebraska even better for our kids and grandkids. God bless you all, and let's make the most of this day.
Again, just want to introduce Director Kramer for Nebraska Department of Transportation.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here with you today. I want to recognize Senator Clements. I noticed that Dr. McCarville said when we have the resources to do what we want to do. So I'm sure that there's a reason why you're front and center, Senator. Senator Holdcroft, and I'm sure I'm missing some. And if you were at the Governor's Economic Development Forum, you know that I understand what it's like to be missed from an introduction. So I apologize if I missed anyone else. When my team and I sat down and first started talking about what do we want to get into here, because there is a background, there's a 10-year story, Senator Arch, sorry. There is a 10-year story of how we got here. But I wanted to start with something else, and why I think that we got the headlining piece, and not just because we have a time crunch, because the technology we're talking about today has the opportunity to save lives. In our industry, AI means saving lives. Because the biggest challenge that we see now and in tomorrow is driver behavior. We can do the engineering, we can do the predictive analysis, we can look at the road, we can look at the bridges, but predicting human behavior and understanding how to design roads to predict human behavior and control human behavior means that we can save lives. And it's really that simple. We're going to get into the ins and outs of AI and how it can help and how data is really your best friend. And if you don't have good data, you don't have anything. But where it really hits home is this technology could save your child's life, your spouse's life, your family's life. And that's what we're looking for. Yes, it can save you time on your commute in by finding the best route to get here. Yes, it can predict the different ways in which your car could break down or the different ways in which your vehicle will go and give you public transit options and make your travel here that much faster and save you 2 to 3 minutes on your commute. But it can save lives. And so that journey, like I said, that journey to saving lives started 10 years ago when we asked people like Susie, you'll get to see Susie later on, to take a look at our data warehouse and really understand where is the information that we're going to need to predict from the Nebraska Department of Transportation level the future. And how does it talk to each other? How do we make sure that we have good data coming in so that we can have good outputs going out? And we had people really dig into this and develop performance metrics off of this. Everything from what does it mean to understand how many bids we're getting for a project to make sure that we're being cost effective. Senator Clements, I hope you're listening, that we're being cost effective, right, with all of our bids. But also making sure that any time that we have an opportunity to lean in. In 2019, when I was with the department previously, there was a big push on autonomous vehicles. It's what everybody was talking about. Kind of leveled off for a while. We passed a bill in Nebraska to open it up and to make sure that we were friendly for business. But then we kind of leaned out for a while because the industry was figuring itself out. We've seen the news stories. The technology was working itself out. And so we focused in-house on our data, focused on our safety pieces, focused on how do we know that we are doing the best for the taxpayer dollar and our stewardship is in hand. Well, I would say over the last year, we've seen the technology really evolve, not just for autonomous vehicles, but for connected infrastructure, CAVX, V2X, different levels of technology that really is going to improve safety. And so it's interesting that we're having this conversation today, really in the kickoff of ITS World Congress that's in Atlanta right now, where we have the industry leaders in transportation talking about how we're going to lean into this, how we're going to use this technology to save lives. There's been test case after test case where we've seen a little bit of movement forward and a couple steps backwards. So what does that mean for Nebraska? How are we leaning in? So when we looked at this, it was hey, we remember everything from 2019. We've listened to the panels. You know, we've got ChatGPT, we've got Notebook LM. We're bringing everything in. We're using all the technology on the personal side to make sure we're as smart as we possibly can on these things. But how do we lean into the connected technology? So we went out on a literacy journey and building the literacy in-house, so that we can make sure that we can ask the right questions. And from our level, that means on procurement. Everyone in this world understands that procurement is where it goes bad. Making sure that we're talking to those vendors. I will say for those in the back, the most important thing for my team is vendor literacy, to be able to see through the narrative, to make sure that as a state Department of Transportation, we know how to ask the right questions, because we have studied the test cases where our peers have been duped. We want the technology to work for us, and we'll find those technology agreements and those opportunities to really make it work for us. Because that literacy as an owner is just as important when you're trying to work with us, right? If we don't come to the table and we don't bring the data and we don't understand the reason it needs to connect to each other, it's no good. And so we're committed to that. At the same time, we're committed to making sure that the projects we deliver are set for the future. And what does that mean? It means digital project delivery. It means leaning into how we actually capture the here and the now and how we deliver the projects. Digital as-built, making sure that we have advanced LiDAR technology. When it makes sense and when we can see in the future that there is a fiscal case for it saving us money and saving lives. So one of the first things we did that seems very simple and maybe unrelated is Nebraska used to have a closed loop requirement, meaning we didn't have the ability to lay fiber on the interstate. We had to close the loop. We couldn't do a P3, we couldn't partner. It was the first legislative session we were able to address that and say, hey, we need this in a companion broadband bill. We need to be able to have access, and we need to be able to make sure that we can save lives through technology. Huge first step. Second step, project delivery. What does this mean? Move forward, make sure we have the right people in the right places, make sure that they have the permissions and the technology and the resources to go after and learn this themselves so they can ask the questions of the vendors so we don't become completely reliant. Let's double check our data. Let's make sure that it's feeding in. Let's make sure that it's in a place that we can use it in the future. And then let's lean in to the CAVX technology. So in the last 2.5 years, we have really built on the foundation that was laid 10 years ago. And so what I ask of this group is to understand, and what I hear a lot is, I was with a team on Friday and they said, hey, can you come with us when we talk to senators, because this can be really scary. This technology, and when you start to talk about it, and they mentioned that they had one governor say, well, what happens when the robots come? And I mean, we've all seen the fear-mongering, right? But when you put it into reality of this is going to save lives, and it doesn't have to cost a lot. It doesn't have to be cost prohibitive. That's where you can see taking the chance. But in order to take the chance, there has to be trust. And that trust has to come from the public sector and it has to come from the private sector. And in order to have that trust, you have to have literacy. So that's what we're committed to having. And I'm really, really thankful to Dr. McCarville and the OCIO for putting this together. I think through the public-private partnerships that are going to be identified, we'll get to explore some of this. And our hope is that it does save lives. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Kramer. Fantastic. And now she is off to Ogallala to go join the governor because he is not able to make it here today because he needs to be in Ogallala with the water right dispute, as he referenced in that video. So Director Kramer came here from Ashland and then is now going out to go meet the governor and fly out to Ogallala. So thank you. And we have a slide deck that we had prepared in case we get 10 minutes, which we do now, which is fantastic. So, Theron, you got that one ready? Yeah. All right. What I wanted to do is give you guys kind of a preview of how the state is approaching AI use cases. So I'm on a lot of boards and groups with other state CIOs, and they're all frantically trying to figure out how do you empower and enable AI in government without spending millions of dollars on AI and technology that never makes it to implementation, which has been the last decade of AI. As we looked through this, hopefully he gets the presentation up. Thank you. Is there a remote up here? There it is. Okay. So our perspective on AI for the state is just one reference here so that everybody really understands the impact of this. 80% of AI use cases in public sector don't make it to implementation. That's huge. That's millions and millions of dollars of government money that just gets wasted, never gets implemented. That high failure rate is attributed to a handful of different things, but the four primary ones, of course, according to Gartner, not necessarily me, but poor data quality. I think anybody in the agencies who's here can tell you that's probably true. Inadequate data availability. Pretty hard to run AI in an on-prem mainframe. For the IBM people in the room, I know it's not impossible, it's just not fiscally responsible. Lack of clear objectives. Do you even know what you're doing with that AI? Do you have a goal in mind before you go outset and spend the money on the technology? An insufficient understanding of the AI's capabilities at all. It's not magic, it's not rocket science. My doctorate's in it. I've taught it for a decade. I'm on federal boards on AI. It is not rocket science. It's not the magic button. So here's the steps we're taking in Nebraska, which as I speak at different conferences with other state CIOs, there are now 4 other states adopting the same setup because they've already spent millions of dollars on AI that never was implemented, never had a positive ROI. In public sector, ROI isn't necessarily investment. That's an impact on the dollars. More efficient. Are we bringing in revenue? Are we doing cost savings? There's a lot of ways you can measure it in public sector that aren't necessarily monetarily driven. So we're looking at agency use cases. So OCIO is a state-centered IT shop, is not the one pushing forward IT. I can't just go buy technology. For all you senators, you know this is very true. And we're 100% chargeback. I can't just go buy technology and hope that they use it. They have to use it, and I have to charge them back for it. We don't get general fund appropriation at OCIO. So I have to find a way to do AI without spending millions of dollars up front to just buy it and hope that the agencies find a way to implement it. So we're going to have use cases from the agencies coming forward. We've already had multiple. There are people in the room who can tell you about some of the agency use cases, like Kelly Lammers, Banking and Finance, fantastic use case. We will determine when this hits the OCIO, that use case gets to us, if that is a good use case. We're going to vet it. Is the data clean? Can it be implemented ethically, legally? Is there cost savings, efficiency, a revenue, something that exceeds the cost of the AI? We'll go over some of these use cases later when we're talking about ABLE and the workshop that we did yesterday with just under 50 students from different universities all came to a room just down this hall and were able to implement bots and agents on different use cases. Is the agency or the customer, in this case, sufficient funding for the AI use case? So as we've started this in the back end at OCIO, we've figured out a lot of great ideas have been implemented to us. Thank you. However, not all the funding is there for that to move forward. So we can vet it, we can find out, but if the funding doesn't move forward, it's also not fair to our vendor community to put that in front of them when there is no money to back that use case to implementation. Then what we're working on is a pool of pre-procured AI service providers. So we will have them through OCIO already procured. And for anybody in the public sector, understand that that is a 9-month to 1-year game that we have to get ahead of. So we are working with preferred vendors in AI to get them on the books and pre-procured. So when this use case is approved and vetted, that will go to this pool of pre-procured, all already through Department of Administrative Services processes, vetting, to ensure that these vendors can bid on a use case. They go 30 to 90 days for a $0 pilot. Make sure that that technology can do what they said it can do. I think we've all heard about the ghostware that they sell it, they win the RFP, and then they go figure out how to make it do what they won the RFP for. We're not going to play that game. We don't have money for that. Agency then transfers, after that pilot, the funding that they have earmarked towards the vendor or goes through OCIO, and we pay it through a journal transfer so that it is all taken care of. Everything's ethically, legally, and procurement-wise handled in a way that that AI has been vetted to its best ability to have a high impact. We already have seen multiple use cases. Again, banking and finance, agriculture, infectious disease identification in livestock and in crops. We are staffing with interns. The Center of Excellence here, we are going to be hiring interns in data, analytics, AI, data engineering, BI. We're both in Lincoln and in Omaha going to be having interns shared across both domains so that they can go to either office if they need be. So if we hire them from Creighton or UNO, they can go to Lincoln or they can go to Omaha. Here's one of the very early concepts that we had been working on. Who here knew that tail biting, a governor's not here so I can ask this, who knew that tail biting was an early sign of that there's something wrong with the pig? Oh, come on, that's not fair. Zach, you don't count, you work at the zoo. We were about to send a bot to go collect poop in livestock pens to examine the science of the poop to determine if there were any infectious disease in the poop, and then a farmer out in the field, the governor introduced us to, said, why can't you just find out who's biting whose tail? Put a camera in the pens, remove the ones that are biting because they're upset, find out if there's something wrong with them, remove them from the population, you prevent the disease spread. Well, that was a lot simpler than the IT guys thought it was going to be and saved us a lot of poop cleaning. So this, any farmer out there understands, this is a pretty easy sign for that there's something wrong with your crops. We have found out through the University of Nebraska Lincoln Ag Department that if you had a camera on this field and you saw this starting to spread, if you culled that out of the population of the crop and removed it, it would prevent that spread from going through. So a camera on this field could early identify this as a reason for that farmer to go out and remove that from the population, and then that crop would not have a disease spread through it. We'd have early identifiers that would prevent these things from happening in relatively easy use cases. Some of the concerns we have a big budget deficit. We can't afford these expensive AI tools. We need stable onboarding and training for interns, and doing this from scratch, it's challenging. What they learn in school is not always what we need in real world. So do we have to reskill? Do we have to retrain? Do we have to lean on our vendor community to get these trainings and certificates for the students when we hire them and retrain them once we get them? Cloud ingress, egress. I know we got a lot of cloud people out here. They might argue with me, but it's really expensive. So we are trying to work on ways to minimize the cost to the state when we do go to cloud. So how do we do it in a cost-effective and efficient way? An ability to not just deploy it, but sustain it. And then because we are 90% on-prem mainframe through 2027, we have the challenge of that ecosystem. How do we move forward, but yet know that we're in contractually binding positions for multiple years? That's the challenge that we're going to have to face in this ecosystem. I don't know who has kids in school, but when you tell students that you're recruiting that you're on COBOL mainframe, it's really hard to recruit them. I'm out of time because I talked too much about the pigs, sorry. But we can go over a lot of these different things. We are looking at cross-disciplinary teams for AI. I learned from other state CIOs that the most impactful use cases they found, just like those farmer use cases, was not a bunch of IT AI engineers. It was a cross team. Put a functional person in there. We would have sent robots in the field to collect poop if we didn't talk to a farmer. It saved us a lot of work. So we're really working on the cross-disciplinary execution teams. Bringing in our agencies like DOT, bringing in HHS, people in the field that really understand the reality of these jobs before we look at AI's impact. Vijay, you want to take a minute and do this, and then we will jump to the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Dr. McCollum. Good morning, everyone. I'm Vijay, the State Chief Learning Officer. I don't have a lot of time. This is the data fabric roadmap that we came up with. I've been with the state for about a year. What we know today is we have a lot of data. We have a lot of data that sits in the mainframe. For us to do innovation with AI, For us to do innovation and modernize it, it is hard for us to implement this in the mainframe world. So thus came up with this architecture. It's called the State Data Fabric. The idea is we become the house or the broker of all the data within the state. So on the left, you see the data providers. Any agency who is willing to partner with us to share the data with us, we will have sharing agreements. We will own the data, cleanse the data, curate the data, and make it trustworthy. And then we would give it back to them for consumers to consume it. How we are going to do it? These are the three ways we're going to do it. Bring the data and allow the agency to manage it. So we don't manage any of the regulations or security. We're going to allow them to manage it. We're going to curate it and standardize it, which we never have. Now what happens is when I have all the data of all the agencies siloed in a cross-functional area, I have opportunities to de-identify the data. At the end of the day, we are 2 million citizens. We can de-identify the resources across the agencies and provide the right data for everyone to consume. So that said, this is what we're trying to accomplish. In the last 1 year, we were able to implement this roadmap. Right now, I have timelines on how we're going to accomplish this. We have invested in products. Some of them are AI related. Some of them are platform sharing related. Some of them are reporting platform related. That allows and gives back to what we are trying to do. So with all that, we need money and we need help. And that's where Matt is going to help me. Well, thank you so much.
Thanks, Vijay. Dusty, oh. Thank you. Dusty Burge, wherever you are. Get you up, there you are. So this is to show many people in this room that we are moving forward on data. We need to centralize these things. So as we work on this, we also need advocates at the agency level that allow us to move forward faster, because we can't do everything with the small team we have at OCIO. So as we move forward, we're also looking at a lot of use cases. Dusty, do you have a PowerPoint? Remote. As we move forward, we also have a lot more capabilities, including what we haven't really announced well, but thank you to, I think the Microsoft team is somewhere, I saw them this morning. We are now a G5 enterprise state. So we have not gone out and very well advertised that yet on purpose, because we don't have everything that was just shown on the screen. But we have Power BI Pro for every single enterprise user in the state of Nebraska that pays for Office now, which we never had before. It's good and bad, because we gave everybody the tool, but we didn't give them the data to use the tool. So now they can use it for spreadsheets, local drives, but we need help getting to that vision that Vijay just showed for that to really be an impactful scale at the state level. So with that, Dusty Burge, fast forward.
Hey, thank you and good morning. There's a quick video here that will give a tutorial about some technology that we've been building out of Kearney, Nebraska to tackle the world's largest machine, which is the U.S. electrical grid. So even though it's the largest machine in the world, we only represent about 15% of the entire electrical grid installed base in the world, but we're still making great headway in Kearney. So there's a brief video here. There should be some time for a couple questions after that, and then myself and Ben will be here this afternoon for a Q&A session, and we can expand upon additional questions then.
As the largest interconnected machine on Earth, The U.S. electrical grid demands an evolution of methods if we aim to keep up with an aging infrastructure and grid expansions. The duration between inspection intervals is leaving room for preventable power outages and wildfires. But now, Fast Forward has revolutionized the patrol and inspection process. Our patent-pending thermal camera system captures both sides of the road and each pole, all while a single person drives in motion down the road. It is so efficient, Fast Forward can geolocate and inspect nearly 6,000 poles per day. Imagine the power of building or validating existing GIS data, conducting system inventories, and establishing a pre-disaster strategy, all in a single step at an unprecedented pace.
We are automating line patrol by using vehicle-mounted camera systems. Our technology is the first of its kind, specifically built to reduce power outages and increase reliability. In many areas, the majority of distribution poles are near a road, making a vehicle the most economical and scalable method to capture inspection-grade data. What is unable to be captured from the road is a great candidate for traditional methods like UTVs and drones. Our initial workflow consists of two main steps. First, we use a panoramic camera to capture street-level imagery of your entire system, including all roadways, dirt roads, and alleyways. In addition to using this imagery for pre-disaster and day-to-day operations, we are able to triangulate assets like utility poles and streetlights and fire hydrants, giving utilities GPS coordinates of over 6,000 assets a day. Second, during peak load and at night, we return to scan for thermal anomalies like hot spots and failing components, just like you would do in a substation inspection, but automated for distribution line, averaging about 30,000 poles per week with just a single car. Once the data capture is complete, we utilize both AI and technical experts to deliver decision-ready, GIS-friendly data so the utility can begin making repairs. Utilities are seeing great value in a thermal scan of their distribution line for three key reasons. As components begin to fail, they generate heat. Every issue we find is a component that will ultimately fail and cause an unplanned outage. This directly reduces system losses and significantly reduces wildfire potential. Utilities have proven a return on investment on year one just through outage reduction. We've proven time and time again, as we already have multiple contracts in place to annually scan the entire system because it works. As you scale this technology system-wide, this can also be capitalized, making it easier to accelerate your reliability programs. This solution is the first of its kind. It's simple, effective, and it's economical for even the most smallest rural systems. Linemen have rode with us and they say this is game-changing. It makes their jobs safer, more efficient, and way easier.
For the team at Fast Forward, AI and machine learning has made this process super efficient. When we began, these models ran after the car returned to the office when the field capture process was complete. Now, with the assistance of AI, this process is running in the car and in real time, which is what we call on the edge. First, for each camera feed, we pre-process the thermal data and send it to a custom-trained AI model, which detects and places bounding boxes on the utility poles, streetlights, and transformers in the image. Second, the bounding boxes for the utility poles are then passed to a tracking algorithm that uniquely identifies each pole across multiple cameras and then selects the best image of that pole for inspection. Third, we auto-tune the image based on the temperature range inside the bounding box and save the image so it can be inspected for thermal anomalies by both AI and a team of thermographers. Here are a few images highlighting thermal anomalies that were identified just a few nights ago. The entire algorithm runs on a gaming laptop in the vehicle while the route is being driven so that we can send critical data back to the utilities as quickly as possible. This workflow has enabled us to capture nearly 2 million photos per car per week and deliver just a few thousand, highlighting pre-failure issues that the utility can take action on. As AI continues to advance, companies like Fast Forward will use it to simplify complex tasks that were not possible with a human workflow, keeping essential services like our electrical grid safer and more reliable. And that's a big step fast forward.
So electrically, why this matters, that scales even for the small towns or the really large towns, as I mentioned in that video, system losses. And essentially what that is it's power that the city or the entity is buying from the power plant. But if you add up all of the power consumed at all the homes and businesses, that delta between what they're buying versus what they're selling, that's called losses. When components begin to break down, they generate heat. And that heat is electricity that's being converted from power to heat and then dissipated. So what we found is there's a substantial number of components that as they begin to fail, even though the lights are still on, they get hot. That's wasted energy that if addressed early, not only can we prevent a power outage and a wildfire, but that is capacity added back to the electrical grid. And in the environment that we're in now, it's challenging to add new power plants and power generation. So one way that we can weather the storm is to make what we have more efficient and more reliable. And that's how we've been helping really small towns. There's towns that literally start with the village because they're that small, but somehow have been able to implement our services and use AI to do that. So I got a few minutes left to be happy to take some questions. Yes?
You seem to indicate that you also are able to check on other utilities like water mains. What do you look in a water main, for example? In a fire hydrant, that's what I meant.
So the question was about other industries and, for example, fire hydrants, like what are we checking? We kind of stumbled upon that because when we were attempting to do the thermal piece, we needed to know where the assets were, and we found a panoramic camera was the most effective sensor to take photos of everything and not have to worry about where to point a camera. A panoramic or like something similar to like that of a Google Street View photo. Google only drives the paved roads, and in rural Nebraska, there's a lot of infrastructure on dirt roads and minimum maintenance roads, and so we made a business decision that when we do a project, we drive everything, not just the paved roads. And the reason that we started doing fire hydrants was for a municipal, for example, to do a project, they would send it out for bid, and then that engineer would have to come out, capture data of only that scope. And if they wanted to do another project in the future, maybe related to street signs, engineers would then have to mobilize again. And what we found is we had photos of the entire town. All that we needed to do was build an AI model, and we could acquire new data sets without having to drive the whole town again. So we've had customers where we do electrical stuff on year one. They get that integrated in their GIS model, and they're like, hey, can you give us street signs and street lights? Well, we don't have to redrive the town. We just reprocess another model. So we're not doing inspection on those components, just quantification and location of those.
So what I meant to say is what, because in an electrical pole you see the heat, but in a fire hydrant, what do you look for?
We're not inspecting the fire hydrants. We're just locating them.
Okay.
Yep, Scott.
Why is it beneficial, and what are the challenges of building a data and AI company from Nebraska?
So the challenge is I've learned with my machine learning expert here, Ben, the amount of data that you need to train a really effective model, especially with the type of infrastructure that we're inspecting. If we're wrong, somebody could be injured or likely die. There's not really much of a gray area in between, so it's essential that we're right. In addition, a lot of times when they go out to make repairs, they need to take an outage, which costs money. So we need to be right for many reasons, and you need a lot of data to do that. That was our biggest challenge initially, was can we build enough data in our data bank fast enough to be able to roll out technology and then ultimately acquire customers and try to stay live as a startup. That was really hard. Now we've grown to 15 states, and it's a really long drive to Massachusetts. And so we're trying to figure out how do we deploy cars without having to drive all over the country. Because we're so fast, we can come in and do a town in a day, but it takes 3 to get to Massachusetts. So scaling in small town Nebraska, that's what we're struggling with now. Scott.
Kid from Bankelman, building in Kearney. How has the state prototype grant, state seed innovation fund, helped you take something that was not even an idea 4 years ago to what you just saw?
So when the business was started, approached 5 to 6 utilities about doing this. All 5 said, if you can pull this off, we're in. I took that idea and applied for the state prototype grant. and we were able to secure a prototype grant to build Rev 1 of our system. That allowed us to put in motion a set of hardware and procurement initiatives that we were able to roll out a prototype that same calendar year that we then commercialized in that following January. So that prototype grant was essential because, one, it gave us the funds to get started, but we used that to raise private money to fill out the rest of the financial obligations that we had. There's a hand in the back.
How are you addressing privacy concerns as far as those are digital images and there are people in some of those images? How are they keep their image protected?
Great. So the question was about privacy and the people within the photos. The first thing is we don't make it public, so the photos are only accessible to the entities that we're doing business with. In addition, outside of the panoramic photos, the thermal photos are looking at the top of the electrical pole, so the photos that there are people in are very small, but they're isolated and not made publicly available. Thanks for your time, and we'll be available this afternoon.
Thank you. Next up, we have Dr. Aditya Karkera, who I'm very proud to call, who has become a friend. We were chief data officers at the same time. She was in Arkansas, and I was at the state of Florida, and I'm going to welcome her to the stage. She is now with Deloitte Public Sector.
Thanks, man. All right, can you all hear me okay? All right. Well, I thought we were going to dim the lights again because I was going to take you back to 1997. Recline your seats, get your popcorn out. You know, let's picture this. We're going back to 1997. Get ready for an exciting game of chess. I've got to get my clicker here. It's 1997, and we're ready for a game of chess. IBM's supercomputer, Deep Blue, specifically trained to be able to analyze millions of chess moves every second on one side, and we have the reigning chess world champion, Garry Kasparov, on the other side. This is 1997. Now, I must remind you that in 1996, Garry Kasparov and the supercomputer had already had a match where Garry Kasparov came out winning the game. Human winning the game against the machine. Back to 1997, there's a rematch. A lot of drama, a lot of emotion, and a lot of uncertainty. Is it going to be the human winning the game, or is it going to be the machine winning the game? Well, as history tells us, this was a pivotal turning point in data and AI history because the IBM supercomputer, Deep Blue, ends up winning the game against Garry Kasparov. The very first time, my friends, that we see a machine defeating a human in a game that's largely human-dominated. Chess. My son loves to play it. I love to play it. Now, think about this. What are the main thoughts coming out with the audience back in 1997 when they see this turning point happen? Two main thoughts. Are we now getting into an era where artificial intelligence, machine intelligence, is really going to overtake human intelligence? I'm sure you all have thoughts here. And secondly, is chess really going to be a game that's over now? Are humans no longer going to be playing this game? Is this over? Is this human-dominant game really over? Well, my friends, as history tells us, chess is no longer a dead game. Chess is still being played. In fact, AI has helped us evolve our better chess skills today. My son, 14-year-old, loves to play against AI and machines. Why? Because it's really helping him fine-tune the skills that he has. He's getting better every time he's playing with the machine. So the picture I'm trying to paint here is chess did not become a dead game just because it was defeated by a machine, because humans have something very special in them which machines don't. And that, my friends, is human creativity. Human creativity is the edge that really keeps us different from machines. Machines can give us that raw computational power. It can help you crunch numbers. It can give you immense strategic analysis. But it's the combination of human intuition, human emotions, and that human creativity that really brings together. So bear with me as I paint the picture that the future really is about human and machine collaboration. Machine and human collaboration is going to take us to limits which neither humans can go alone or machines can go alone. So let's think about that for a second. I think my slides are a little bit out of order, but hey, we'll go with the flow. I want to take a minute just to introduce myself. I'm Aditya Karkera, and as my good friend Matt mentioned earlier, we had the privilege to work together when I was in office in Arkansas and he was in office in Florida. Believe it or not, I've spent the last 25 years helping public sector really think about how to solve their most critical problems using data and AI. It's such a privilege to be here today. I'm also serving as an adjunct faculty at Carnegie Mellon in their data and AI program, and currently serving as the CDO for Deloitte's government practice. Today, my friends, I want to spend the next 15-ish minutes, keep me honest here, next 15-ish minutes talking about the power of AI for government. As we talked about this earlier, AI is not new. In fact, we have seen steady progress and investment in AI since early 1940s, in some version and some flavor or the other. And believe it or not, slowly and steadily, AI is really transforming our lives, sometimes in small ways and sometimes in big ways. Think about this. Smart homes. Anybody got timer sets on their vacuum to go off after dinner time, especially after the kids get dinner? Think about temperature settings in the house. Think about, hey, did Ring really show me who delivered my mail? Did we really see through Ring if, my dog was taken out for a walk? AI is all around us. Knowingly or unknowingly, we are all interacting with AI. And then add to it generative AI. Anybody been talking about generative AI here? It's so human, so personal, right? It feels like you're really talking to a person. And the more you use it, the more it gets better. It's getting trained by your input. I walked into a national park, and God, I got to pick on my son. He loves to play with these kiosks. Anybody else likes to do that? You walk into a park or a museum, and you see this kiosk, and you're like, hey, let me ask questions. Let me see what it tells me. And these kiosks have gotten so smart and so personalized that you can just go to it and say, hey, tell me the best walking path if I'm going with a family with a stroller. Tell me the best walking path if I'm going with a disabled senior to the restrooms. Oh, by the way, I see a thunderstorm coming. What activities are really closed in the museum or the park that I'm at? There's so much that AI is doing today, and we aren't even realizing it or sometimes acknowledging it. We are living and breathing AI. I can continue on with the examples like our smartwatches, facial recognition, retina scans, like AI is all around us. So that was generative AI. Now is the era for agentic. Anybody been dabbling with agentic? Yeah, I see a few nods in the audience here, Agentic has gotten us to a whole new dimension on the possibilities with automation and the possibilities with efficiencies. Think about this. Complex, multi-step processes that typically would need a human at every stage is now being managed by agents. I know we were talking about transportation earlier this morning with Dr. Kramer, who had to leave, I understand. Think about this. What if you had sensors and cameras that are looking at potholes or a traffic light that went out or a situation in a street that was hazardous and you really had to close it down? Right now, a lot of government organizations are actually using humans in the loop at every stage. What if your sensors and cameras are able to detect and say that there is an issue, get an agent dispatched if needed, get the solution resolved, and if that solution couldn't really be resolved, get a human involved. Just imagine the amount of human manpower you are saving through these steps, and instead you're able to align them to use human intelligence where real insights are needed. Think about that for a second, the amount of efficiencies you can add. My friends, the opportunity for agentic AI in government is limitless. Complaints management, disability analysis, infrastructure for transportation. I mean, we can go on with this, right? Research shows that by 2028, about 15% of our daily chores are going to be agents. Let that sink in for a second. Agentic AI and the era of digital labor is here. Whether we acknowledge it today or tomorrow, this is the time to start thinking about how we can add efficiencies to our current processes. I challenge you all to rethink and reimagine your current processes and think where you can add an automation. So to Matt's point, we could start to see some cost savings for the government as a whole. Where are those opportunities? Agentic is here, believe it or not, accept it or not. But what does that mean to all of us government leaders in the room? Government is a different monster or animal, should I say, right? And for those who have been in the government for 25 years, I think would acknowledge that. We are risk averse. We are cautious. We're cautious when we try to take on new technologies. We're cautious when we want to go to new innovative methodologies for our current processes. And all of that with really good reason. Because the data and the solutions we create with new innovation impacts us. It impacts you, my friend, it impacts me. Because this is citizen data. So you have to move with a cautious approach. Add to it the ever-changing regulatory environment. New data privacy laws, anyone? Data security laws? There's a lot to digest. Add to it the issues with legacy infrastructure. Mainframes, old systems that are really not positioned to be able to truly harness the power of data and AI. I'm sure we can add on to the list. I look at my good friend Vijay in the back. I'm sure you have very many other reasons that we can continue to add to this list. But Director Kramer also talked about literacy. And that's such a key point as we think about moving forward with an AI-first mentality. You have to have a workforce that is fluent in data. And what does that really mean? To me, it means that it's not just about reading and writing with data. To me, it means you're really comprehending what is in front of you and being able to apply it ethically, being able to apply it with the right rules and regulations surrounding it. Right? There's so much more packed into it. And then the traditional CDO role or an AI role is no longer the same traditional back office role, right? I mean, that's evolved, and I see Matt nodding. We've seen the evolution of the CXOs over time. We talked about a few barriers this morning for AI adoption in Matt's presentation earlier. We did another research on this, which showed us what are the common barriers at organizations, and we looked across 6 industries. What are the common barriers? Besides the technology infrastructure, the data infrastructure, a big piece of that is strategy. Do you have a data and AI strategy that's going to help you with quick, easy cost savings, but is also aligned to a long-term vision that you want to implement? How are you managing innovation and balancing that with cautioned and calculated risks? How are you ensuring that you have the right talent in place? Is it through hackathons, like you all did yesterday? Or is it by cultivating literacy and fluency with your workforce itself? I'm sure none of these are surprises to all of you. So the question is, where do we begin? Every organization is in a different stage of maturity for its data and AI. You have to start somewhere. But I think the big questions to keep in mind is, where do you really want to add value through automation? I often hear, let's find a new use case, let's find a problem to solve with AI. Well, no, we don't need to create any new problems. Let's try to embed AI into our current processes. That's where the value is. If you can cut down a current process, which is 15 minutes, and by adding AI, you can make it 5 seconds, that's efficiency. So let's stop thinking about AI as the silver bullet, which is going to create a new problem and then we solve for it. Let's just be sure that we follow certain strategies to ensure AI success. And I get this question a lot. It's like, how do you ensure, like, some organizations are more successful than the others? What are those successful strategies? Well, it all starts with data. And I don't mean it as like a storyline, but it all starts with data. It really does. No data, no AI. Data is what's fueling AI today. But you also got to keep in mind that with the enormous increase in the number of AI-powered applications and machine learning algorithms that are surrounding us today, think about the exponential volume of data we are creating and the exponential volume of data we are processing to be able to gain insights from it. Think about that for a second. I mean, even in government or, when you're going to the airport, your retina scans, your facial scans, hospitals, health records, I mean, I can go on and on. We are no longer able to survive on traditional data management methods. Traditional data management methods are no longer useful when you are looking at the volume of data we're talking about, as well as the complexity of data. Structured, unstructured, web data, keep adding on. So you really need to start thinking about re-engineering your current data management processes and modernizing it so you're able to keep up with the pace of AI development. At the same time, let's not forget about data quality. Your AI models and the solutions and the predictions coming out of it are only going to be as trustworthy as the data that goes into it, right? Data trust enables model trust. That's what I keep telling my teams, like, hey, you got to focus on the data at hand. So let's not forget that when Vijay and Matt are talking about having your foundational data housed in order, that really does hold true. That's where it all starts. We talked a little bit about workforce readiness. You cannot just go ahead and deploy an AI solution without having a fluent data and AI organization. It's not going to happen overnight, but you got to get started. And you got to think about fluency at every level of the organization. Fluency for an executive versus fluency for somebody on the keyboard is going to be different. Well, let's start thinking about it. And also, I challenge the leaders in the room to start creating that mindset by example, to say, yes, we're going to use AI to add efficiencies, and it's really not going to be getting rid of jobs or replacing something. It's not going to be the Terminator effect. I do hear this a lot. The third one I want to point out is value creation. Like Matt pointed out, 80% of prototypes don't make it to production. Really, give and take, only 1/3 of those prototypes make it to production. Why is that? A bunch of reasons, but a lot of it is attributed because we are not defining the ROI at the very top. If you are not going to be able to have performance indicators, not have the KPIs to measure the impact you're adding with ROI, how would you go in front of your budget committees and ask for that funding? So I cannot re-emphasize the value of value creation and ROI very early in the journey. And then in the government sector, you can create the coolest app, the most coolest looking thing, without having communications about building trust and transparency into it. My friends, it's not going to be adopted. And that's just the truth. And I can say that as a citizen myself. You give me an app without clarity into how that data was managed, how it was collected, how it's being stored, how it's being secured, it's not going to be used. So how do we create a culture of trust, transparency, engagement with the community as we roll these out? Well, I know we're almost out of time here. So a couple thoughts as I wrap this up. AI is no longer a buzzword. Let's get that clear. AI is reality today. if we do not catch up with this race, as government leaders, we will lag behind in the race for efficiencies. I know we have to proceed with caution, but my friends, it's time to be bold. It's time to balance innovation with calculated risks, with having the right guardrails, with having the right risk management frameworks in place, and we can do this. So it's up to you, the audience in the room. I challenge you to think, where are you going to think about adding efficiencies? Is it going to be disability evaluations? Is it going to be your Medicaid program? Is it going to be VIC? Is it going to be TANF? I can go on. The possibilities are limitless. But I challenge you, as you walk away from this, to think about, as leaders, what are you going to do to really take use of this disruption that's happening in the industry? How are you going to add efficiencies and make lives better for the citizens and constituents and make it easier for Matt and Vijay? Thanks for the time. If you want to continue the conversation, please reach out to the QR code there.
A lot to think about in that presentation. Thank you very much. Next up, we have the CEO of Able AI, Arjit Sangupta. I'll let him do his own introduction. He has a very amazing background. And then we can talk about the workshop we had yesterday and the more than double expected results from that workshop. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'll grab this microphone. Matt, I'm actually going to be calling on you quite a bit, so you might want to stick around.
I'm here.
If that's okay. Let's see if my slides are there. Actually, can we? Oh, perfect. So I'm Arjit, founder and CEO of Able. Before this, I started something called Beyond Core, which became Salesforce Einstein Discovery. Taught the first AI course in the MBA program at the Harvard Business School. Been doing this for a while. But the thing that Matt and I have always been focused on is how do you actually make things secure while empowering people, right? And when we first started talking to him about, hey, we're going to build a lot of agents and all this stuff, and by the way, I'm not going into definitions of agents, they vary quite a bit. But his question was, how the heck are you going to do it, and how are you going to secure it? Yep. Do you want to tell people a little bit about that conversation?
Well, I know you all see this little jack-o'-lantern in front of you that was laid out here, or something in front of it. That is a preview of our cybersecurity conference next month, because the reality is what he just said. You can't do all this data access, data analysis, cloud analysis. You can't do that without cybersecurity. That's another area that OCI we are growing very quickly and is getting that developed and across the entire state in a whole of state model through a joint SOC. That was one reason why when I talked to him, I said, okay, this is all great. You can do all these agents, you can go to multi-cloud, but unless it's secure, like Dr. Carcara said, the public sector is never going to adopt it. They're never going to use it. You can't trust it. So when we were talking about building agents, one of the reasons why Able was one of the vendors we went with immediately, even when I was in Florida, was because of their cloud security model, which I will let you talk about.
Well, the whole point is you're trying to secure the factory, not the widgets, right? The place where this becomes very hard is if you're going to do hundreds of agents and you have to go to every project and try to figure out how you have secured it, that's an impossible task. Like the approval process will delay the whole agent creation. So here, Matt set up some very interesting guidelines with us. One was it has to run completely within the OCIO's control. No data can egress out of their control. Everything has to be auditable. Every interaction has to be logged. So if you want to go in and see what the heck happened, who chatted this, you can actually go figure that out. We actually did everything with Python code. For the geeks in the room, what that means is you can actually see what was going on. There is no black box. We wrote all the models down just the way a data scientist would look at it. What you're doing there is you're setting up a walled garden within which things can be done, as opposed to letting every project by project get approved. And that changes the nature of things. And I'm going to skip past some of the stuff. Like we do a lot of different kinds of analytics. One of the key things that we are very focused on, though, is moving away from the human having to ask questions, which doesn't make any sense, because think of the AI's ability to ask millions of questions. If you put it behind the human's ability to ask a question, it makes no sense, right? So how can the AI ask millions of questions on our behalf and then find the key insights, but then have it possible to trace it back to that source data, because AI will hallucinate. So you have to have a second deterministic system that traces it back to the actual original data, and then make it easy for the human to triple check it, right? So you have to rethink this mindset. You have to make it AI first, not AI only, and make it very easy for the human and the organization to vet these things. You want to talk a little bit about that? And actually the whole K-anonymity stuff that we did in Florida and then over here, like where privacy is not getting breached.
Well, so when you do multi-cloud AI, one of the things that Abel's done differently is it's end-to-end security and ability to do that audit of the entire process end-to-end. That's hard to find. It's also, in the public sector, makes it a lot easier to adopt it because you can audit it and go through root cause analysis if you deviated and you found something went wrong. You can fix that error, go back and rerun those things so that you identified that step that was incorrect. So when we went through this, a lot of the results that he does enable functional users to use AI in a way that doesn't need a PhD in statistics or computer engineering, but then you hit a button, it flips around and it shows you all the back-end algorithm, k-means clustering, all the different ways that that platform had done it. So if you are a data scientist, you can turn around and then audit all of the security and step-by-step process that entire thing went through, or click the button on the screen again. It goes back to the functional user perspective that allows you to use it without needing to know what kind of algorithms do what kind of neural networks in the back end.
So one of the interesting things is making things simple is actually extremely hard, right? Simple doesn't mean simplistic. So what he's talking about is when a business user is using it, it's extremely simple. They're just having a very simple human interaction. But when an expert comes at it, you actually have to show all that hard work that went behind that simple. Otherwise, people assume it's simplistic, and you will not be able to audit it, right? Now, the other part of this is we really came at this, and actually Aditya is a very tough act to follow. The points she was laying out are exactly the points. We have just done it in a different order. So for example, we basically said, rather than trying to figure out what is the right project with the right ROI, can we do hundreds of these projects very, very quickly, see what the value is, quantify the ROI, then pay for it, right?
In a
Reverse it around.
prototype fashion.
Yeah, absolutely a prototype. So for example, this was done at a Fortune 100. This is one example. They did 20 iterations on one agent in 2 days. The first data set was 4.8 billion rows of data, 10 million variable combinations. The second data set was 1.8 billion rows of data. And if you notice, the data set shrunk. Why? Because the first data set had a lot of garbage in it. When they looked at it, they're like, oh, this actually doesn't make much sense. Then they shrunk it down. Then they realized, oh, shoot, we have shrunk it too far. We actually need to increase it. They added some more data together. But what is happening here is a bunch of iterations happened in a span of 2 days. If we tried to get the data right first, that would have been a 6-month process. Because you wouldn't know what data to get right. When you try really quickly, you can iterate and figure it out. And then what happens is it went into business review in day 4. Day 6, it was at business exec review. Day 8, the chief digital officer of the entire Fortune 100 approved it, and it went into production. But that's a very different mindset. Now, if you take this, by the way, the cost of this, the whole cloud compute cost, was $50. And that may sound completely bizarre. The reason for it is we live in a human-first world, not in an AI-first world. So when you ask a question in Snowflake, Databricks, BigQuery, they charge you for the length of time the system is up answering your question. Now, an AI can cram 1 million questions in the time a human can ask about 7 questions. So you're getting charged for 7 questions, but you just got to ask 1 million questions. Does this make sense? Like, you're exploiting the fact that the world is designed for humans, and AI has unfair advantages when your pricing structures are built that way. Now, someday Google and Snowflake will change their prices, so it'll be problematic. But right now, exploit the heck out of it, right? But the other part of this is, how do you do this at scale? We talked about one project. So this organization, what they did is in the last 2 months, they trained 450 users to build agents. They did 750 projects. They did 300 million plus variable combinations on 100 billion rows of data. I can guarantee you the vast, vast majority of these projects are never going to go into production. But the idea is build a bunch of them, Have IT, business, and the chief digital officer approve it. Only after these get approved do they go into production. Now, even if you get a 1% success rate, forget about your 20% success rate, if you can get it to 1%, what you're doing is you're flipping the equation. Instead of trying to come up with a precise ROI number up front, you're building a rapid prototype on real data, working with the real stakeholders, seeing if there's value, and they say, okay, let's go to production. Does that make sense? All the same steps Aditya is talking about, you cannot skip any of them. You're just doing it in reverse order. And then we said, okay, can we do this in Nebraska? So yesterday, actually, Matt, we should tell the story of what we did about a month and a half back to prep for this.
Month and a half, we did kind of a beta test of this to see if it worked. So how many interns do we have in this room for OCIO? Oh, 1, 2, 3. There should be over a handful here. So those plus interns and entry-level talent from multiple different agencies got together. I think we had about a dozen, right? And I joined, VJ joined, just to make sure that this was all legit. And we...
Oh, I need to tell the story properly there.
Oh,
they didn't know they were going to make their own agents,
That's
so they
true.
thought they were going to supervise. So we grabbed Vijay and
No,
Matt.
he gave us a computer and made us do it. And we created, just like the interns, agents on new models. He gave us training data sets. Now I'm going to out him and tell him that my goal was to break his model. So I started doing image analysis, thinking about our crop identification and our pig identification of biting tails. But guess what his algorithm didn't find is when I put the Muppets in there, didn't work well. So we were gaming it, trying to see how can we push this use case to its extent of its ability to be implemented. We found its barriers. We were able to push different use cases. So as we used a lot of test data, but then we pulled random photos from the internet, we were able to push the boundaries of this agent model all within just a couple hours, maybe even an hour.
Well, the funny part for you was we were training them on 3 different agents when you first start on sample data. On the second one, it was an employee guardrail, like what does a new employee need to know kind of a thing. Matt's results doesn't match anybody else's. And Vijay was in the room, and we're like, why is Matt's results so off? He had put in the real Nebraska data, which is public data, and started doing it without doing the actual training. It started building.
I pulled the DAS employee handbook, and if anybody knows how long the NAEP guidelines are in that, it's a little over 400 pages. And I made his algorithms punch through that and do it. It wasn't the dummy data that he had set up for HR. So when I broke it, they all wondered, how did I break it? Because I used our actual DAS data on the public sector for DAS. So,
and by the way, he didn't break it. It actually worked on his data. We just thought the responses were completely off because he was working on the real thing. But then what we said is, okay, let's do this for real at Nebraska. Can we make this happen? And this is what we did yesterday. And the goal was to build 100 agents. We had 36 people go through the training. In 90 minutes, they did 222 agents. And 2 of them are actually in the room. Matt, you want to talk?
Come on up.
Come on up.
So we picked these 2 out of the group yesterday. Not that any of them were any less valuable, but I thought these were the most interesting for you all to hear about. So please explain your use case, because they went off his model too.
Yeah, they did their own stuff. But say which university you're from, and then tell them.
Good morning, my name is Jocelyn Rafael. I'm a UNO student. I'm studying computer science and artificial intelligence. At Hackathon yesterday, we were able to create different AI agents with templates provided to us, such as the tail biting that you saw earlier. I decided to create my own agent that would identify if a person is holding a credit card in a picture. And after it successfully did so, my main goal was for it to identify if it was displaying sensitive information from the cards, such as the numbers in the front and the back of the card. And I did this with guardrails, which are mainly used to control bias and fairness. But I wanted to implement security to guardrails. And I found very interesting to see that even with a small experiment that connected to real world concerns about security, privacy, and trust. Thank you for allowing me to share my experience.
Did the Able team help you in your conception or building of the thing?
No.
But they turned on the guardrails, which they had turned off because they didn't think any student would push the guardrails that were pre-programmed. So they allowed her to go in and customize those. She was the only student that pushed the boundaries of the preset guardrails.
Yeah.
So it was a use case we didn't think anybody would come up with.
I was walking around the room and I saw like she's trying to do guardrails. I'm like, what are you trying to do? It's like, oh, I don't want the credit card number to be seen. I'm like, okay, let's turn this on. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Isaiah Jacobson, and I will be studying computer science and artificial intelligence at the University of Nebraska, Omaha. I'm also a part of the UNO College curling team, and during the hackathon yesterday, I was able to build an agent that really helped me solve a problem that was wasting a ton of my time. So you see, a lot of the USA College curling qualification requirements for nationals either gets changed yearly or is locked behind many 100-page documents. And so yesterday I was able to create an agent that took all of the college documents, put them to the agent, and within about 10 minutes I was able to ask it questions like, what is the difference between the qualification procedures from this year and last year? And I was even able to upload the current standings and ask it questions like, how many games do we have to win to make it to nationals this year? All in all, it was super helpful, and not only will it save me a bunch of time, but also now if someone comes to me and asks for a question, I could send them the agent rather than a 150-page document.
And I'm pretty sure he bought the suit for today. Good job, buddy.
Thank you so much. Guys, the main thing I want you guys to understand is once you have helped people build a few agents themselves, right? And what makes an agent in each of these cases is it wasn't just the model, it was using some tooling. They could provide feedback on the reasoning steps of the model. So the model says, this is what I looked at, this is why I came up with the answer, and you as the human get to go in and say, no, you're wrong. Like in your case, the tail biting one, at one point it misunderstood a rope or something like that, and Matt was able to provide feedback saying, nah, that's a rope, that's not the tail, right? That's a very human way of giving feedback, and that agent learns from it and gets adjusted to the use case. The only challenge I'm going to leave you guys with is stop thinking top down. The thing I have learned is I will never get a use case right, even today. Like every week, I have a customer come up with a use case where I'm like, that's a dumb use case. I kid you not. I've been doing this for 25 years.
He'll tell him that too.
Yeah, but actually, if it's a junior person, I don't. If it's a senior person, I do. Because junior people, you don't want to kind of get them to think different. Like you don't want to kind of get in their way, right? And recently, this from a top airline, somebody did a use case which I thought was dumb as heck, and they found $10 million of value in a few days. And I'm like, what do I know, right? This is the example you gave. The farmer knew about the tail biting. AI experts would never know about it. So let's just start building some stuff in a secure environment without putting the data at risk, without putting a huge amount of expense at risk. Confirm the value, then say, is it worth the money the state would have to pay? Now let's approve it and let's go. You have to reverse this equation. You cannot set up the budgets. You cannot come up with ROI before building the darned agent. You have to rethink the way you take these steps. Matt, anything you want to end with? Because we have been talking about how to solve this in Nebraska quite a bit.
And I don't want this to look like we just flipped on everything Adita just said, because everything she said is still accurate. You heard Arjit say it earlier. But if I waited for that, I would wait until our mainframe was off-prem. I would wait till post-2027 to use any artificial intelligence, because we don't have anything in the cloud right now. That's not going to happen. You all know I can't wait for that. How do I go from bottom up while also trying to figure out how to go from top down and get all of our data cleansed in a multi-cloud in containers so that they can be ingested and egressed at an efficient cost model? So we're doing both at the same time. We know we have to clean our data. We have to centralize that data. We have to get it so that we can run analyses across multiple agencies that don't connect to each other at all right now. But we're also trying to figure out how do you get AI in as fast as possible with as big of an impact as possible using government dollars to pay for that technology.
Thank you so much, Matt. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry, I have to check the schedule. Let's make sure. All right, and now next up, we have the CEO of Nebraska's Health Information Exchange, Dr. Jamie Bland.
Great. Can you hear me okay? Good. Okay. We can go to the next slide.
Oh, the clicker's right there.
I will try. We are a health IT company, Sync Health. We started in Nebraska about 2005-ish, and I'll get into the history a little bit. But I want to give you a little bit of my personal history because the context matters into how I ended up at Sync Health and the journey that we've taken in Nebraska. So you can see all those letters behind my name. That was largely done through Nebraska schools and universities. And I started as a nurse when St. Joe's Hospital was still St. Joe's Hospital and not an apartment building. And healthcare was still largely on paper. I was one of the last generations of nurses that trained in an environment where we were graded on writing these beautiful notes about all the care that we had provided in the 12-hour shift, and trended all of these things on paper and connected the dots on the flow sheets that were 5 and 6 pages long. We were artisans. It was great. And then we transferred everything into IT shortly after I graduated nursing school. But that gave me a front row seat to all the challenges of implementation of technology in healthcare. And if you're not familiar with healthcare, we are keeping the fax machine industry alive, single-handedly. And pagers too, we still use pagers. So it's not lost on me that we're in an AI conversation and we're still talking about fax machines. And one of the initiatives that we, as the HIE, are trying to eliminate is that fax machine and the paper in healthcare. One of the most frequently asked improvements of the systems that we have connected with providers is the print function. And this kills me a little bit every time somebody asks about it, but we are still very much in a paper industry in healthcare. But we are moving quite rapidly into the data and AI world, mostly because healthcare is bankrupting the country, and we need to do something about it. Every state's largest line item in the budget is healthcare, Medicaid, public health, the things that are increasing rapidly in excess of inflation. And I'm not an economics person, but it's definitely palpable in the healthcare industry of just what cost is doing to the delivery of care. So we are the Health Information Exchange. We also characterize ourselves as a health data utility because we have a clinical data repository in which multiple sectors have an ability to approach us to access data. And that means that we work with technology companies, we work with state legislators, we work with the healthcare delivery side, we work with the smallest clinic to the largest health system, and multiple sectors across the geography, because health impacts so much of what we do on a day-to-day basis. Whether you're running a small business, trying to get health insurance, and understanding just the health of the state, the health of the country is really needed to connect the various electronic health records. So how healthcare data works is that every health system and doctor's offices license their software, and that data stays in that repository unless there's intermediaries like us that connect that data. And as you know, you access healthcare, so you go see a doctor in a clinic and then a hospital, and they ask you the same questions, and why isn't that data connected? Well, it is by design, how the electronic health records, how licensing works, how we have really constructed healthcare data in this country is to be siloed information. The health data utility and health information exchanges across the country are the intermediaries that connect not only the healthcare delivery side, but the claims data, the social determinant data, the pharmacy data. We are going out and connecting all of those various pieces of data and building a longitudinal health record. So Sync Health was formed by some business leaders in 2005 in the Omaha metro area. And this is prior to any federal policy, really, about health information exchange or intermediaries or how electronic health records were supposed to be implemented. 2005, Bush administration allocated like $50 million nationwide to implement EHRs. That's a very tiny bit of money in that time period, as well to implement nationwide health records. But that's really when it started. And 2008 comes around, 2010, and there's a significant investment in health IT in the country, and we move the hospitals to about 99% of hospitals being implemented for electronic health records today. But it's been about a 20-year journey in that maturity cycle. And alongside it, Nebraska has really been at the forefront of implementing this intermediary, the health information exchange, in between the electronic health records. And we are largely a provider tool, so physician, nurse-facing tool, where they access the information, can understand medication history, understand all of the encounters that have happened, and really have a good broad picture of health history for Nebraskans. We, I would say, are one of the most mature health information exchanges in the country because we started so early and before the policy started. So we had some development as policy was being rolled out in the country. The product that we talk about the most is the longitudinal health record. And this is connecting the dots of all of the health information as you journey through your healthcare experience and access medications, talk to doctors. All of that is being aggregated from a longitudinal health record perspective. This in its time was very innovative. There was not a lot of standards, not a lot of guidance from the federal side or industry of how to actually construct a longitudinal health record. So we've been at the forefront for about 10 years in this space, which has positioned us very well to be able to do various population health related analyses and start to understand public and population health on a different level. And last month we were invited to the White House on the CMS aligned network strategy. So what does that mean? It means that HHS has taken a very long, hard look at the data that they have, whether that means from the CDC, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, the FDA, National Institutes for Health, and across all those various agencies, and understood that they actually don't have real-time, real-world data to make decisions about what we should implement as a strategy for controlling cost of care. So they went to the industry, 60 individuals and organizations were selected to participate in this White House event, and Sync Health Nebraska was one of those. So that's as a nonprofit, started with pretty meager means in Nebraska. That's a huge achievement. We are punching way above our weight class in influence and opportunity to speak to national leaders and be a part of the national dialogue on how we go forward with Medicare, Medicaid, public and population health, in a number of different areas. And the reason why we're invited, because that's where we rank. So this study has been conducted for about 10 years on health information exchanges across the country. And not until this year did we know where we ranked in this map. But as part of the CMS aligned data strategy, the authors of this study went out and asked everybody if they would be willing to be identified to CMS and others, and everybody on that list agreed to be identified, and we happen to be number 1 and number 2 on the list. So, yeah. Thank you. So You want something done right? You hire a nurse from Nebraska to do it. That's what I tell everybody on the federal side, because we educate our nurses the right way and make them innovators and leaders across the community. So not only do we lead in the data and the innovation and technology space, we lead in the governance space. So we have had great support from our state legislator. The leadership there has understood the significance of having good policy to support privacy, security, advancement of technology. And we are leading in that area as well, which is, again, why we were invited to the White House to have this conversation. And we will continue to lead. We have, 5 years ago, before COVID, before this became such a hot topic, began to structure the organization in a way that we could maintain privacy and security and trust, but still fulfill research use cases, and partnered with the Creighton University and the University of Nebraska system to have 2 endowed chairs where we have these research conversations. How do we protect the data? How do we maintain trust is a continual topic for us. So we are being asked to be a model for the country of how we actually get to a place where healthcare data that is not financial, that is clinically driven, that is about you, not about what you pay, it is the foundation of how we make decisions for healthcare. That's not how it is today. Most of the healthcare decisions are made on the financial pieces of the healthcare journey and not the clinical. And that is why I'm continuing to do this work. That is why Nebraska is leading, because we saw that purpose a decade before anybody else. So we should be very proud of that. It takes the multiple stakeholders, business partners, government partners, and so many people involved in all of this work. But we are definitely leading the country. So again, the future of healthcare is digital, and we need to improve diagnoses. We need a complete and complex health history to be analyzed by the different analytical tools, whether that's AI tools or finding signal in the data, enhancing the patient experience so there's more connectedness, so you don't have to answer the same questions over and over and over again. One of the initiatives from the White House AI plan is to kill the clipboard, so you're not handed that paper every single time because the information is there. We just have to get it surfaced and operational within the healthcare experience, and it requires big transformation of healthcare to do that. The broader impacts of access to data like this is more personalized medicine. We have to understand your history. When your doctor does not know what medications you're on, he or she is guessing. That's what happens when we don't have the information. We're making the best decision we can with the information we have right in front of us, not based on your health history. And that doesn't feel good, right? We want to be able to make that a more calculated, precise decision. And the foundation of this is the data. So we are, putting ourselves out there. We are convening groups so that we have forward trust and governance conversations around healthcare before any of the data is aggregated, before any of the data is shared with HHS. We want to make sure that that's transparent. We have a broad stakeholder group meeting on Monday so we can talk about these projects, how we interact with HHS, the non-PHI versus PHI data, and really have a good understanding and dialogue with multi-stakeholder groups before we share information, because we will never get to AI if we lose trust, right? The analytical complexity and the frameworks that are needed definitely need a long conversation. And that's what we're embarking on, in addition to working with the White House folks. So, do you want me to take questions at all?
You sure can. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, okay. I saw some big hands back there. I thought maybe back there, back here.
For consumers to get into the single
Mhm.
system, it's very easy. They sign up at the counter of the doctor. It's
Mhm.
2 seconds to do. To opt out of it, it takes a notarized statement and it has to be sent in. And months have gone by before there's any response from CMS. Why is it so much more difficult for a consumer to opt out of the system to get in?
So I'd be happy to look at that case where it takes months. So as soon as we get the validated identity, we should be able to, it is not a significant timeline, but I'm happy to look into that issue for you. You'll be happy to know that with the CMS aligned network, what we're being asked to do is improve that experience for patients. So it does, not only our network, the national networks have some complexity in opting out. So that is one thing CMS is working on to make that easier, because if you opt out of our network, it doesn't mean you're opted out of the national network. It doesn't mean you're opted out of the EHR network. So there's various layers of complexity that whole pipeline of opting in and out needs to be worked on nationally, and we've signed up to do that. And use credentials like Clear. If you signed up for Clear, if you signed up for ID.me, if you're a veteran and you signed up for the 10% discount at Lowe's, you signed up for ID.me. So those credentials can be then passed to us, and then we can validate identity. One thing about opting in and out, we want to make sure we get the identity right, because it, whether you want to opt in or opt out is a very personal choice, and we want to make sure that we respect that and make sure we have the right person. You would be surprised how many Jamie plans there are in between Nebraska and Western Iowa, more than I'd like to, more than I ever thought. So, but I'm happy to meet with you after. Yep.
So health information is one of the most sensitive
Yep.
areas that we carry about a person.
Mhm.
Can you elaborate a little bit more about what are the protections that have been put in place to make sure that this data is not
Yep. We have, we operate within treatment payment and operations under HIPAA. So those that can access the information need to fall in one of those categories. So provider seeking treatment, health system for payment or operations. So focusing on that. And then how we provision the data also goes into another layer of security and protections with HIPAA into a PHI data set or a limited data set. So there is some complexity there. We do have our Chief Information Security Officer here today, and he will tell me that we are high trust certified, and our cloud infrastructure is within the DoD government specifications of security. We have never had a problem. But we are taking all of the significant precautions, the policies. We do something called high trust, SOC 2, all of those things. And we have 3 full-time security folks that's their full-time job, is to protect the data. Yeah. Back there?
One of the things that we saw in healthcare is that the lag of data coming in.
Yep.
So we'd see between 6 and 18 months before we could really be able to measure outcomes on a bigger scale. Are you seeing AI or anything else as changing that to bring that timeline in so that we can see
Yep.
return of the health quicker?
All our provider-focused platforms are real-time. Comes in as the encounter is documented, we get the information. The cloud infrastructure takes a few weeks, but we can look at things as those, depending on the visualization that's wanted. Some of our stuff is built so that we have about a week between aggregating the information and displaying it in a dashboard. But that's our focus is on real-time, near real-time access to information, because health that happened 18 months ago isn't actionable in many cases. So, yeah, in the back.
Yeah, so a question regarding public health. Something we talked about quite a bit in public health is this notion of the allied health team. I've never actually seen that happen, but maybe it can occur now with the advent of AI. Imagine employing an AI set of agents that is actually sort of a review board, but they're virtual. They're made up. They're synthetic. But you could have the personas of a naturopath, a chiropractor, a pharmacist, a clinical epidemiologist, a specialist of whatever, and then evaluate treatment plans that may not be chemistry, may not be a pharmacy. It may be a naturopath method or a chiropractic method or some other path to actually reaching an effective treatment program. Any thoughts about that future of maybe a synthetic review board?
I think that's very likely that that will emerge, but we have to get the data right. I mean, we have to get the connectedness of information, and the models that are trained in healthcare need to have a long history of information, right? And a broad population and a population data set that is significant, so that we can ensure that those models are trained in those very different areas. But absolutely, I mean, we've been using Google for self-diagnosing for a long time, right?
WebMD.
So, okay.
Yep.
I'm getting the signal to wrap it up, so I'm happy to talk more about that.
We have a 15-minute break. Thank you.
But next up, we are going to have another AI demo from another Nebraska company. Really excited to bring to the stage our friend Luis. Please give him a round of applause. Say aloha.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here. We've got a demo video to show you guys.
Introducing Guardify's next-generation digital evidence tools. A revolutionary suite of tools designed to transform how you securely automate evidence workflows. Here's how it works. We start by selecting Evidence Assistant. We'll create a new case, which will generate a new knowledge graph for embeddings. Within a case, users are able to securely upload evidence files. We implement the highest military-grade security protocols. Then each file is turned into an embedding that our multimodal LLM can use as truth and for reasoning. Case summaries are generated automatically by extracting and combining context across all case files. Here's the auto-generated summary for this mock DUI case. We can see that our AI generates understanding from all the files associated to the case. File summaries are auto-generated by extracting vector embeddings from each file and aggregating them into a consolidated semantic representation. Within each file, users are able to view their file and see associated workflows. File summaries help to quickly surface context and speed evidence discovery. This is the summary for this initial police report document. We can quickly see crucial information. We expose our LLM as a chat interaction to allow users to ask deeper questions about their evidence files. In this example, we'll ask, how many individuals were involved? The LLM will search the secure embeddings to find factual information to answer the question. We'll try another question. Were Miranda rights read? Every question asked is done through secure communication and at speed, since our LLM does not need to reprocess the file each time. Templates encode instruction and constraint specifications that condition the LLM's generation, enabling structured outputs derived from file context. Here, we'll create a new template. We'll ask for a report we can send as an email. And here's the template response formatted as an email. User-directed redaction happens by mapping content into a latent semantic space, retrieving segments semantically similar to the user's query, and then masking or removing those matches. We'll create a new redacted document by selecting fields we want to redact or entering custom terms. Redaction happens almost immediately, thanks to our pre-indexed semantic vectors and high-throughput vector search engine. Video inputs are processed through an object tracking module. Tracked objects are annotated with spatial masks to produce a rich, high-fidelity visual representation of their behavior and context. Here we can see an example of drone footage following an individual while maintaining context of key objects in the scene. By segmenting and encoding tracked behavior, we empower our multimodal LLM to efficiently summarize large videos, extract salient events, and support nuanced queries about what happened. Users are also able to view timestamps of key events in long-form videos, saving them time. And if they want to dive deeper to a specific moment, they can search using the chat. Try it today at tools.guardify.com.
Thank you. So what you saw there is actually our newest tool that we call Evidence Assistant. We're serving child advocacy centers, prosecution teams, and law enforcement. Really, at the end of the day, what we're doing is we're enabling workflows to be increased at speed, allowing investigators to go from a week's worth of investigations and diving into evidence to just a couple of minutes. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys might have. Yeah, back there.
So something that has been really a high priority for the Bureau of Justice Assistance, Department of Justice, is predictive policing. In other words, let's plan to not have a crime. In other words, let's stop it before it even is in some criminal's mind. And so they developed methods for doing that, including better lighting, landscaping, you know, that type of thing. So are you looking at this notion of let's not have a crime, let's have some predictive policing, and let's engineer it right out of the system?
This is a really good question. I think like we've been hearing previously in other conversations, it's really about getting that data part first, having good data, having enough data. I think at the end of the day, you want to be very careful in how you tackle those issues. And so we think that having a proven solution that has worked and has ample data might be the way to go about that. At the moment, we're not thinking about heading that direction, but I don't see why that wouldn't be something to come next. Yeah. I'm sorry?
I said thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Please give him a round of applause. Next up, we have Congressman Bacon right here. I was like looking, I know you walked in. Hey, aloha. So a quick intro. We've got a nice bio. It's on the website if you're not already viewing that. We can also send you the link. A couple of things. He is a farm boy, grew up in Illinois, where he knows firsthand the value of hard work and commitment, how it contributes to the success of a small business. He moved from the family farm to attend Northern Illinois University, from which he graduated with a bachelor's of political science. The same year he married Angie, the love of his life. No wonder you're such a successful man. And they have 3 sons, 1 daughter, and 5 grandchildren. 1 year later, he began his military career by joining the U.S. Air Force and serving nearly 30 years, ultimately retiring as a brigadier general. Right here at Offutt Air Force Base, he is one of the most popular generals that I've heard of, having served there. Let's fast forward. And I've heard from quite a few people on that. So fast forward, come on down, Congressman. Part of the things that why it's so important to have him here, in addition to the committees that he serves on in the House Armed Services Committee, as well as the House Agriculture Committee. He's also, and help me with this, the chair of the subcommittee on cybersecurity. He'll talk more about that as well. On a personal note, he is one of the most genuine, heartfelt advocates for Nebraska, just like me, not having grown up here, but having chosen to live here. So with that, please welcome Congressman Bacon.
Thank you. I appreciate Milani. I appreciate Kana hosting today and GovTech hosting today. And how many people from out of town? Okay, so it's about half. But the other half are about Omaha or Nebraska area here. But welcome. As Milani said, I've lived at 16 different assignments in the Air Force, 4 different continents. And I remember my first time I came here, I was a farm boy from Illinois. I was going through tech school. And they go, it was Intel school at Lowry at the time. Then I later went to electronic warfare school and navigator school. But they get, if you're graduate number 1 or 2 in your class, we will give you your request on assignments. And so I worked hard. And so I told my wife, let's not make it hard for them. I want to go anywhere overseas. I want to see the world. So I put it on there, anywhere overseas, I don't care where. And I graduated number 1 in my class. And so my wife was all excited. We're all there. And Bacon's first up on the alphabet. Offutt Air Force Base, Nebraska. And she goes, I thought you said we're going overseas. I go, well, I thought so too. And out of my class of 40, there were 7 of us got Offutt. And some of the other ones were crying. So my wife goes, should I be crying? I go, I don't know. But we loved it. This was a great place. The economic diversity here, the people are nice. You got the Midwest values, and you do have a thriving economy in Omaha, which I want to talk a little bit about that. But also, I see a lot of our unicameral, our state legislatures here. Enjoy working with all of you. When I was a wing commander at Ramstein, Indy Gandy was the wing commander at Edwards Air Force Base. So we would show up at a lot of the same meetings to hear how bad we were doing as wing commanders. But anyway, welcome here. Now, I was working on a speech for weeks on AI, and then they told me last night it was artificial intelligence, not artificial insemination. Okay. Not that I'm an expert on that either. I'm really not an AI expert, but I do policy. But I'd like to just talk a little bit about the economy here just a second. We're hitting some headwinds in Nebraska. And many of you know it, but it's going to be a factor for us for a year or two here. You know, our commodity prices for corn and soybeans are very low. We're having a record bumper crop for corn. That's a good thing. 189 bushels an acre is the average for the country, the highest ever. I think last year's was 181 bushels an acre. The average farmer is going to lose 80 cents on every bushel of corn he produces because the input costs are much higher than what they're getting out of the commodity. So corn and soybeans are hitting some headwinds. So last quarter, the estimate was that Nebraska's economy shrunk by 1.5%. If you do that, if you annualize that, it becomes 6%. And so it's just a reality we got to work through. And then I thought the cattle and pork were doing much better. They are. The prices are as high as they've ever been. So if you're, a rancher, you're doing well. Problem is, 3 or 4 years ago, because of the droughts, the ranchers cut their cattle size to about 70%. And now we're paying for it. And so the meat packing plants are working 4 days a week. They used to work 7 and doing multiple shifts. So they're doing basically just trying to keep their employees there and paying them at least part way. So we're struggling on the beef and the pork side as well, and maybe for a different reason. Commodity prices are way high, but we have a supply problem, and so that's why steaks are up so much right now. But I'm on the Ag Committee, so I'm very attuned to this. I'm not very big into tariffs. I do believe in free trade, I believe in fair trade, so if somebody's not treating us right, I think we should get at it. But in the end, I'm a Milton Friedman believer, that free markets provide the best value at the best price, the best products, in the most efficient manner possible. And that's why, and on the Republican side, we've believed that since World War II. And so I have not changed in that regard. But I was lucky about a year and a half ago, I was made the chairman of the cyber subcommittee. And, if you're in Congress, you want to be a chairman. And before that, I was the chair of the Quality of Life panel, working on military quality of life. We have so many military guys on food stamps, or SNAP, going to food banks. And I mentioned it to our chair, and I got the job to chair it, and we got 31 recommendations out of the House to include the largest pay raise ever for junior enlisted. And so many of 31 measures total, we got 29 out of the Senate and signed into law. So very proud of the work that we did there. But then I became the cyber subcommittee chair, and I have 4 responsibilities there. One is defense, military cyber, which I say military cyber because that's different than CISA, and defending the infrastructure, the energy grid, the banking system. CISA has that, and I want to come back to it because that's a seam that we gotta fill. I also have AI, which I'm going to get to that point in a second here. Also, electronic warfare, and I'm the only electronic warfare officer in Congress right now. So I flew on the RC-135s and the EC-130s. And then also I have commercial off-the-shelf technology. How do we field stuff faster? The military, so I'm going to start with this and dig into that a little bit more because this affects you all. The military is so attuned to, okay, I need new software. So I'm going to pay you mega millions to produce this software, and I'm going to get it in 5 years. As we know, normally by that point, it's already out of date. It's a lot more expensive, and we have companies that have that software ready to go now. And so I learned that. I was down in Silicon Valley, but it's not just Silicon Valley, it's all over. We got these companies doing great work that is ready to be fielded now, and we just got to change the culture of DoD to go out and see what's out there, to field it now at a much better price. Problem is they got to pay you now. They're not used to doing that. They're used to paying you in a couple of years, right? And that's not good for you when you got to make a payroll and you're providing a service to the DoD and they're not paying you on time. So we got to fix that, and that's one of the jobs. We've been doing reforms after reform. In the end, we got to reward success. When somebody does this right in the Pentagon, we got to reward them. That's only by promoting them, putting them in charge, and that's how you change a culture. Cyber is the most of our focus, and as you know, China and Russia are very aggressive in the cyber realm. In fact, just as of like last year, we said Russia was the most advanced threat, the most aggressive threat, but today it is China. This past year, and I'm not the guy on the cyber doing all the collecting, but I'm talking to the 4-stars and all those people that work cyber, and they said now China is the most advanced threat and the most aggressive threat. Russia hasn't changed, it's just China's raised its game. And we got challenges, some significant challenges. So we know that they were in our energy grid. What were they trying to do in our energy grid? Well, day one of the war, they want to turn us off. And then all of a sudden we got rolling blackouts while we're in day one of the war, while they're attacking our satellites and doing other things as well. So we knew they were in our energy grid. We knew they were in our communications infrastructure for our cell phones. By the way, 2 years ago now, China was on my email. The FBI called me. This is July of 2 years ago. And they go, we want to talk to you at 4 o'clock. Right. When the FBI says that, I think, any good lawyers in here? Because I may need to call you at some point. I don't know. And but basically they told me at 4, they said, hey, China hacked your email a month and a half ago. They were on it for 30 days. And they prepared for it for over a year. But their main focus was the Secretary of Commerce, the Secretary of the State, the U.S. Ambassador to China, and me, which I was trying to think, how do I fit into this foursome, right? But they worked it for a year, timed with the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Commerce going to China under the Biden administration. And for some reason, I got grouped into this thing, but it was fascinating. They did a whole report, and they went through a Microsoft weakness. And not my computer, they actually went through Microsoft to get my stuff. And so, but anyway, China's aggressive, is my point. And we had some other challenges. I'm going to come back to it on the cyber side at the end. But like one of them is we don't have a cyber commander right now, right? So we got some things we got to work on there. Electronic warfare. We didn't do anything in the electronic warfare world of meaning. I mean, we were not pushing it in Congress nor at the top of the Pentagon for about 20 years. In 1990s, when I was a new electronic warfare officer, we were the best. We were dominant, and we dominated Iraq in 1991, partially with EW, but we just had massive, you're giving me 10 minutes, okay. So I thought he was giving me a high five. But when I got elected, I put it in legislation. We're going to have a 2-star in charge or equivalent in the SCS, in the Pentagon DOD, and a 1-star level in each service, a new strategy, new implementation plan, and I think we got things going in the right direction there. Which brings me to AI. The biggest thing we can do, from my perspective in Congress, is to get out of the way. We don't want to put laws that make it harder for people to do AI. So we got to let AI researchers flourish without the hand of government holding you guys down. We also got to help fund research. So just recently we put $250 million into Cyber Command's AI development. We want Cyber Command to develop AI. So $250 million we've added to their budget just to enhance their AI within Cyber Command itself. But the main thing we could do is we do not want to get in the way, and we got to fund research. Now we got 2 areas of research. We have businesses that are investing. Many of you are doing that, and that's probably the center part of our ecosystem here. But the other part is universities, and we were funding universities to do a lot of research. But this past 7 months with DOGE and all the stuff with OMB holding back funds has created a ripple effect in our university world of research. And I think it's not serving us well. I mean, I'm good for cutting things, but we got to ask questions. What are the impacts of cutting this or that? And I don't think they did a good job. I think we're going to get this fixed over the next year because we're going to appropriate money, and the president will be behind it, and we won't have this, second guessing everything that was funded at this point. But it's created a big ripple effect in our university world of research for AI, and I think that's going to hurt us. I think if you ask most of the experts, they'll say that U.S. is slightly ahead of China in the AI world. But if it's like a racehorse or a horse race, we're like a half length ahead. In other words, we're not ahead by much. And any stumbling, they can surge past us. That's why this funding lapses of our universities, I think, could hurt us in the long run. And that's an issue that we got to fix. And I work with the OMB staff, and I'm working with people in the White House if we see funding being held up where it shouldn't be, trying to get that fixed as fast as we can. So what are some of the applications I'm seeing? I'm hearing a lot of folks doing AI for cyber security, for seeing detections of people getting into your networks, that AI can help out a lot with this. Also, Cyber Command is using AI to help penetrate other people's cyber's world. So the cyber world will be enhanced significantly by using AI over time. I see it a lot with imagery and analysis of, we map the world every day. AI is going to provide tremendous amounts of ability. So, okay, 2 bombers just moved over here to over there. 20 tanks are down to 5 tanks. AI could do this without a human in the loop, with just a little tweaking. So, and we map the world every day, right? So AI will be able to help us exploit that in a good way. I see AI having a big role in deciphering classified communications. When you have quantum math, you can break down codes, and whoever gets this technology the fastest is going to have a huge capability or advantage over their adversaries. If we can break into China's communications with AI and interpret what's going on, a huge advantage. Also, it's a huge vulnerability for us if we fall behind in this area. So this is an area that is a lot of money. That's why we're doing $250 million to Cyber Command, right, to help them in this space of breaking communications. I see it with the F-35. Something I talked to I think Melania heard me say this in Hawaii. The F-35 sensors can see tanks, everything. They got this great sensor suite, but we gotta get it to, the software has to be able to say that's a T-72 tank, that's a T-90 tank, That's an M1 Abrams tank, and we're falling behind. And so what we've learned is the Lockheed Martin is trying to do a lot of this on their own, but we have companies right now that have this. They have the ability to identify things without a human in the loop. And so this is an opportunity. It could have been an opportunity. I think it's a learning point. Instead of, Lockheed Martin's breaking the greatest platform out there, but they could have maybe subcontracted out and got a lot of help with some of this data area that they're behind on. And so this is another area AI could. If you're flying, it'll tell you 5 minutes. High five to you, back to you. We should be able to identify all the stuff on the ground as the pilot's flying, and it's being transmitted real time back to the AOC, where they can exploit that data and target it later on. So that's where I see some of the applications coming out in my world. I know you guys I just saw another application up there. There's lots of stuff in the commercial sector. What are some of the challenges right now? Well, one, Cyber Command's too small. It's 1/10 of the size of China's Cyber Command, and that's the unclassified number. In reality, it's worse. Cyber Command has stayed even, and the threat is getting bigger. So I think we got to acknowledge that and add capability to that. Also, CISA has been attacked by this administration, and I'm a Republican, and it's all about the 2020 election, but we need a good CISA. CISA is what defends our private enterprises, our infrastructure, and we want them to be more capable, not less capable in this area. And there's a seam there. We got to make sure CISA is working well with Cyber Command and NSA. And so most of the attacks now being done are involving military with Cyber Command. It's attacking our hospitals, our Wall Street, and all these things that are out there. We need a strong CISA to do that. We've had the Cyber Command seat vacant for now going on 5 months. Not right. So some areas that we could be doing. We got to ensure we unlock this funding at the university level as well. So those are some of the challenges that I see. And how should we help? We got to fund research. We also got to be careful that we don't put laws on the books that impede the researchers and AI development. We got to get out of the way and let you guys do your job, and those researchers do the job. So those are sort of what I hear and see coming out of our subcommittee and in Congress. And that's why we try to put a law in the books that prevents the states from regulating AI. We don't need states regulating you either, right? Because now there are some things we need to fix, like this cyber porn where they could put somebody's face on there and it looks real. So there are areas that can be legislated. But generally, we want to stay out of this, because if we want to beat China and we're in a horse race, that's the policies we need. So I think I got like 2 or 3 minutes for a question or two. Yes, sir. What can the private sector do to help in this space? Well, part of it, you're half the research. The private sector are the innovators. Now, we got university researchers, and they come up with some great findings, and we got PhDs working this. But frankly, the big innovations occur in the private sector. And now what we got to help out with is how do we help fund the private sector, like the startups. That's why we have the DIU, which I love that organization. We have other capitalization efforts going on at Pentagon too to help capitalize good ideas. So we got to make sure that if you got a good idea, we got to make sure in the private sector, when it's with DoD, that there's actually a market for what you're producing. What we find is some great innovations, but nobody's ready to buy it. And so we got to link the demand with like special ops or something. That's why I think the major commands need to have more funding, and the COCOMs need to have more funding authority, because they know what they want, and they could partner with private sector to get these innovations. But we're seeing a lot of innovations separate from a demand signal, so we got to help put that together. Yes, sir.
So I was in Vegas last week for the big cybersecurity.
My son was there.
It was fantastic.
I like the hackathon.
One of the things that I saw, I talked to literally over 1,000 different vendors. Everybody said AI, but when you talk to the security community about AI, they have a much more like me in the 90s kind of view. I was sitting at the airport with a kid from CISA who had come out of UGA with a machine learning degree and is now being adapted to cyber. One of the things that we identified and we really agreed with is that there's two very different educational
I'm proud to tell you, I love the effort to fund Hackathon, why did I do that? Because I want to be able to recruit people that think that way, because I don't think we just grow that out of the military. We don't send them to the academy and suddenly you're an expert hacker, right? So I think, we need to recruit folks that have this talent, and they may not look like your typical military guy, so that's why we got to figure out how to draw them in and interest them in NSA, maybe as a military guy or as a civilian. But there's two different kinds of AI, and I see a lot of focus on generative AI right now, but the machine learning, that's a whole different world. I don't know how you guys are going to do it. I can use all the right words. I don't really understand it. But that said, I know that's what's going to allow us to win. You're going to put these things on drones, and you're going to unleash them in China, and they're going to know that's a target, that's not a target. That's some of the future right there. Okay, I appreciate the time today.
It was fantastic.
Thank you.
Stay up here 1 second.
You got a good time guy in the back.
Yes.
He's like this.
So we have exciting news. A lot of what's happening in AI innovation is happening at a very small level. So you're seeing small businesses really come up and be that fast, trusted application layer. With that, he mentioned a lot of acronyms. I don't know if everybody in here knew all the acronyms. One of them is DIU, Defense Innovation University. It is the Department of Defense's location in Silicon Valley. But Silicon Valley is not the only answer to these problems and these challenges. And I'm really happy to say, I just found out, I don't know where Brent is at, but Kana Systems, the company that was born and raised here in Nebraska, we were just selected for a DIU accelerator chosen out of 600 companies. So we will be representing Nebraska in the very, very near future for that. We are Silicon Prairie. So please give a nice round of applause again to Congressman Bacon.
I got to do an Air Force board thing right now. Air Force Academy.
So he's not going to be able to stick around. Aloha, thank you so much.
Air Force Academy board, so I got to do this virtual meeting here on that next. So, hey, thanks. I hope you have a great time here, and I hope it's rewarding and make some good connections. But thanks for being in Omaha. Thanks.
Aloha. So next up on the agenda, we have somebody from the Air Force Research Lab. He is going to explain why AI and data are so important, and then really importantly, the name of his title, the title of his speech is fantastic. Do want to just give a little bit of introduction. So Eric Lamb served in the Air Force. He got out of the Air Force at the rank of major and continued on. He is a nuclear physicist. So if you want to throw your physics questions at him, he is more than capable of answering those. And very importantly, we actually work with Eric and the group that he runs with the Air Force Research Lab. As you know, our government doesn't make anything, they buy everything. So he is at that tip of trying to understand how to best choose and buy the technologies that will keep our country safe and move us forward. So please give a welcome round of applause to Eric Lamb.
Thank you. Hello? Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Melanie, for the nice introduction. So I am going to, I kind of changed the title from what I had listed about how do we trust AI when we can't even trust humans, and the theme's pretty much the same. I'm going to give you a little bit of a history lesson. As Melanie said, I'm a physicist, so that's kind of unusual. I'm also going to talk about collaboration. Even more unusual for a scientist, but I'm also an introvert. So for what that's worth, following politicians and some great speakers here. So a disclaimer. One of the things is, some of the things I'm going to talk about are going to be vague, and that's from security issues. But some of the people I'm going to talk about could still crush me, and I'd rather not offend them. I can't predict the future. I thought HD DVDs would beat Blu-ray. Boy, was I wrong. I knew Laserdisc wouldn't make it, but I still bet on the wrong horse on that one. And these are my views from the 23 years I've worked in the Air Force. I've been both active duty and I've worked in the civilian side. And that's kind of where I'm going to go with the history of things. The technology that we're talking about today is new, right? It's exciting, but the hurdles and obstacles that we're dealing with, it's the same old story. When I joined the Air Force, people would talk about data, how data has to be compatible, how we have to be able to share data. And then as they were talking about it, they said, well, we talked about that 30 years ago. And then some guy from retirement that's speaking is like, well, we talked about it 30 years before that. So the concept of having data ready, having quality data, having it be shared, and trusting that data, we've been talking about that forever, and we're still talking about it, right? So that's not to say that, it shouldn't be, it's not supposed to say, hey, stop doing what you're doing. It's supposed to be reassuring in the sense that we're advancing, we're doing great work, things are getting more complex. But when people are beating you down and saying, you can't do this because of X, Y, Z, know that this is just part of the struggle. This is just part of humanity. And this kind of brings me up to one of my struggles, starting about 15 years ago. I was saying, when the iPhone came out, I said, hey, there's sensors everywhere, they're networked. And I mean, like, it's so easy to take for granted now, but when I first presented it to this, advanced research program manager, he said, oh, that's esoteric. That won't work. I mean, we can't even think about that for 30 years. I talked to a chief scientist, the one that can still crush me, and he said, I have people with more experience than you've been alive. And I was like, he's like, so what makes you think you have the solution? I had another chief scientist, say, low quality sensors will never work in an actual battle. And so last year, Ukraine actually showed that they could detect missiles and drones by Russia, and we were able to do it with 4 iPhones in 2016. We actually demonstrated this capability that we could detect nuclear weapons, we could detect missiles, we could detect drones. So the fact is we actually did show it, but this isn't unique to just this program. I wasn't alone in this program. It's just there's a matter of trust in how we bring data into the government. And I think that's what I'm here to talk about today, is that sometimes it's not about the technology. Like all of you have your own war stories. Sometimes it's about how do we get the people who make the decisions to actually accept and believe in the technology. And so I'm going to talk about how we build trust within the government, how you would work with the government by building that trust. And I'm glad Congressman Bacon addressed some of the things that he's aware of. So because sometimes, working out at the bench level, you're like, man, the leadership just doesn't get it. And then hearing some of the leadership here talking about some of the challenges, it's actually reassuring to hear that the state and the federal leadership actually do see it and do understand it. So, here's some elements of trust, right? Competency. So right here, I asked AI to generate some slop for this graphic, and I had 10 different prompts. I had it repeated, and it couldn't actually do my prompt. It couldn't generate a scramble of words to talk about without having misspellings. And I know that there's ways to do it, but when you're talking about getting people to trust your capability when lives depend on it, and I think that's what Dr. Kramer had mentioned earlier. When lives depend on your government data and your government decisions, you have to be cautious and you have to be careful. And that's the number one thing, is you gotta show us that you're competent. Even Robert Goddard, everybody knows him. He said we could send a missile to the moon, and a New York editorial said, seems to lack the basic knowledge laid out in daily in high schools, right? So that's so laughable today, isn't it? And that's the competency issue. Even someone with a great mind, he couldn't convince the scientific community of that day. Just like my chief scientist said to me, I have all these people with more experience than you've been alive. That is what we face daily in adoption of new technology. Not AI, even rockets, right? Even flight. Credibility. Siemens didn't think the light bulb was worth investing in, but Edison didn't think AC was worth investing in. So even the experts get it wrong. I didn't think HD DVDs would work. And Watson thought the world only needed 5 computers. And I think some DEC CEO said, nobody needs a computer in their house. And now we have I have 3, I have one on my wrist right now, right? So just because people are experts, so when you present yourselves as experts to DOD, we have a healthy amount of skepticism, right? because that's part of the process, because lives are at risk. We can't always depend on the fact that people get it right, even me, and that's why I have to kind of accept it. We also can't always trust somebody. Famous, the trust in general problem. Benedict Arnold is exactly one of them, and that was one of the problems I had with distributed sensors. They're like, how do you trust all the sensors that are unreliable? How do you trust the general? So it's not technology specific. We can't even trust people. We had an airman put data out on the internet. And for those, many of you probably remember credit card numbers. I remember people were worried about people stealing credit card numbers at the restaurant, right? But now you can probably look it up on the dark web. I know, like, I get an email every other day saying that my credit card is exposed on the dark web. So we've always dealt with having to trust. And so just because AIs hallucinate, scientists, experts actually make things up all the time. I debate with my wife whether or not, I was like, I swore I washed the dishes, and she's like, no, you didn't. So even my memory doesn't work very well. So how can you expect so much from AI when we don't even trust people? Because they're saying humans can do better, but we really can't. But at the same time, AI can't always do better than us as well. So I used to work at a place called AFTAC, Air Force Technical Applications Center. We did nuclear treaty monitoring, and one of the mottos that we had was, in God we trust, all others we monitor. So the important thing to remember here is that we need to trust, right? Some people have earned it, some organizations have earned it, but we also need to be vigilant. We have to know the vulnerabilities of the technology, of the people that we're working with. We have to know the motivations, and we have to know how they work. So that's the key, is that we just have to be able to have that transparency and that communication, that empathy. Some more AI slop, sorry. I'm actually surprised how well it did. I hadn't used it for a few months, and the latest generation actually did a pretty good job with robot with empathy. I kind of like it. So one of the things, and I think it was Dr. Kirkira from Deloitte, is trust and transparency and accountability. We need to make sure that we don't want someone to blame or throw someone in jail. We want to know, who do we go to fix something? And differentiate, right? Like, I'm seeing the same thing in the DoD right now. Back when cloud was hybrid cloud networks, people would just give me these stacks that they generated 5 minutes before the presentation and claimed it as their own, right? Don't insult, the people you're proposing to, assuming that we don't know. A lot of times we don't, but every now and then you're going to get someone who does know. Know your organization's processes. We're kind of like a Rube Goldberg machine, right? A lot of times the expert isn't an expert in technology, but how to get through the paperwork, how to get the funding, how to maneuver through the organization to get a technology through. And then finally, I want to bring up the fact that we have to know that you can work with somebody. As it was mentioned earlier, like knowing the farmer and chewing the pig's tail, right? You have to know your weaknesses. You have to know how to work with people and build that network. But at the same time, DoD is building organizations to work with you. We're trying to build trust, so transparency and repeatability. And you'll see something with Kana and how we're trying to build that repeatability and giving feedback to people. We're trying to show you and teach about the process. So as my job, as a collaboration director, my job is to try to introduce you to people within the Air Force, within DoD, or within our membership in the collaboration network, to try to build that network of trust, the network of collaboration, the network of skills. And we're trying to be consistent and reliable about it. So we want to be able to provide you feedback. How many times have you proposed to the government and we never give you feedback? Or we don't give you good feedback? And those are the things that we need to build upon. And I'm running out of time, so I apologize for going a little faster than I meant to. But if you want to talk more, that's my QR code. Feel free to reach out to me during this event, or reach out to me through that QR code. I am always happy to talk to anybody. That is my job. And I feel so important about it that I am excited about doing it, even though I am an introvert. So thank you.
And next up, we have our final Nebraska Homegrown AI demo. I'd like to introduce Tan Phan. He is a graduate of the Rake School at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. So again, showcasing that we can keep some of the top talent from our Nebraska residents in state. So please say aloha and welcome to Tan.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tan Phan, and I am the VP of Product at Kana Systems, based in Lincoln, Nebraska, where I lead our engineering team and our product vision. Today, I'll be showing a demo video of Kana Wave, our patent-pending decision intelligence platform. I'll be showing a version that has been tailored to DoD proposal evaluation to help protect $60 billion that the Space Force, that the Air Force spends annually on technology procurement. I'm not sure if I'll have time for questions towards the end of the video, but my team and I will be available later in the afternoon. I hope you enjoy the video.
I am the director of the NC3 Enterprise Center. That's Nuclear Command, Control, and Communications Enterprise Center. The center is here at Stratcom. This system helps provide that level of detailed understanding of all the data as we collect it in a way that you can actually help answer that question. Can I fight tonight? But to actually measure it and to know it in something close to real time has frankly never been doable without this kind of data and analytics. We have a huge data challenge, and that's where Kana Systems comes into play.
The Air Force and Space Force invest over $60 billion annually in technology procurement, decisions that directly impact national defense. With threats evolving at unprecedented speed, every procurement decision must be strategically sound and operationally precise. That's where Kana Wave comes in. Kana Wave is the decision intelligence platform from Kana Systems, revolutionizing how defense leaders evaluate proposals and allocate critical resources. What makes Kana Wave uniquely suited for defense? Built-in guardrails. While other AI systems risk hallucinations and unverified outputs, Kana Wave uses verified data sources and multi-layered validation to meet the reliability standards national security demands. We take messy, unstructured data from disparate sources and reason against it for an intelligent decision. Today, I'll demonstrate how at Kana Systems, we're supporting Air Force technology procurement with Kana Wave to transform months of evaluation into minutes of precision. The Air Force Research Laboratory faces a tall order: evaluate hundreds of technology proposals against complex, evolving requirements while identifying security risks and bad actors, all under extreme time pressure. Traditional AI systems are looking backward, trained on static datasets and crawled data, giving you last quarter's insights for tomorrow's threats. That's not intelligence, that's historical guesswork. Kana Wave is different. At Kana Systems, we've built reasoning algorithms that process data streams, not cache responses. Let me show you how Kana Wave works. Here's our proposal submission interface. I'll go ahead and upload a mock Air Force technology proposal for multi-domain sensing. While traditional systems would queue this for batch processing, Kana Wave's proprietary data pipeline is already dissecting this document using our parsing algorithms. The proposal is vectorized and evaluated, leveraging data from our knowledge base. We're not just reading text, we're understanding intent, technical feasibility, and risk vectors simultaneously. After we've uploaded the document, we can go to the results page to find our file. Kana Wave has performed a multi-dimensional analysis based on factors such as technical merits, budget alignment, timeline feasibility. We can also view the document. The background analysis you see here leverages up-to-date information from sources such as government solicitations and research databases. Information that is current, not last year's training data. Now here's where Kana Wave becomes uniquely powerful for defense applications. Every military leader has different priorities. Traditional systems force everyone into the same box. At Kana Systems, our adaptive evaluation framework lets leadership define exactly what matters for their mission. We're not just storing preferences. Kana Wave's algorithms can adjust evaluation criteria based on threat landscapes, budget cycles, and strategic priorities. This rubric here is not static. When leadership priorities shift, and they always do, Kana Wave adapts instantly across all evaluation. Leaders can come in and modify the prompts and metrics to their liking. The AI understands mission context and applies strategic thinking at machine speed. But here's what sets Kana Wave apart for defense applications: built-in threat intelligence. On the proposer analysis page, we can analyze the proposer's profile, and submission against their research network and past publications to ensure they are credible. This is crucial for government entities to know who they are funding. As an example, I'll select our multi-domain research paper and search up an author that has been flagged in recent news. To make this happen, we integrate with a database that has millions of authors and works. Once I've confirmed these selections, our algorithm begins conducting a network analysis, not only looking at the author's profile, but digging through each of their works and the co-authors on them. This multi-layered analysis allows users to get more insightful results than just a normal search. Traditional due diligence takes months and often misses sophisticated threats. ConaWave identifies red flags in real time and maps hidden connections. Look at this threat assessment. ConaWave has identified concerns related to the author and co-authors' affiliations with adversarial countries like Iran and China, and even site-specific universities and institutions. The AI also highlights some of the author-sensitive research topics like nuclear physics. Finally, the AI mentions that the author has a gap in experience between their nuclear research and the multi-domain proposal requirements. This isn't paranoia, it's precision security intelligence. Finally, ConaWave's chat interface brings everything together. As a proposal evaluator, it's important to understand current technology priorities. I can ask, what are the DoD's priorities for 2025? And it will get back to me some priorities, highlighting focus on developing resilient supply chains, strengthening national security, but most importantly, it highlights some of the key technology areas that the DoD is focusing on, including microelectronics, battery storage, synthetic biology, nanomaterials, and metamaterials, spacecraft. ConaWave is not pulling from static training data, it's integrating up-to-date intelligence, technology patterns, and geopolitical analysis to provide actionable insights. We go beyond surface level information typically found in search indices and actually download documents and data from these sites. Every response includes source citations from verified intelligence feeds, so decision makers know exactly where information is coming from. It might also be helpful to see how current trends in supply could affect the proposal by uploading the document and asking, how do current supply chain dynamics affect this technology? It will get back some key bullet points, including recommendations on multi-sourcing, some risks with geopolitical relationships, and also offers some recommendations. So engaging early with suppliers, incorporating supply chain resilience into the design, leveraging inventory strategies, and monitoring geopolitical risks. And finally, it offers a summary and also some documents that I can do some more digging into. What you've just seen represents a breakthrough in decision intelligence. While most AI companies are leveraging old training data, at Kana Systems, we've built something entirely different with ConaWave. The technical differentiator is ConaWave's up-to-date data fusion engine. It's processing research databases, patent filings, solicitations simultaneously, creating a dynamic knowledge base that updates continuously. These additional data layers act as guardrails to ensure the model is producing results grounded in truth and decreases the risk of hallucinations or assumptions. This isn't just faster AI, it's smarter AI that works with current information about real-world conditions. While other systems give you historical analysis, ConaWave provides predictive intelligence for decisions that matter. ConaWave scales across any mission domain where intelligent analysis matters, from technology procurement to strategic planning to operational intelligence. ConaWave transforms how teams analyze, evaluate, and decide with current intelligence. When threats don't wait for your AI to catch up, you need intelligence that works with up-to-date information. The future of decision making is here, and it's powered by current, reliable data. If you would like to learn more about what we're building at Kana Systems, feel free to visit our website, email us, or talk to one of us today.
Thank you for your time, and as I mentioned earlier, we'll be available in the afternoon.
$60 billion a year in procurement for U.S. Air Force and Space Force is a number that we take very seriously. So thanks to the Air Force Research Lab and others who have partnered with us over the years to create this decision intelligence platform for all of us in America as the citizens. Next up, I'd like to introduce a lifelong Nebraskan. Deb Fisher is the senior U.S. Senator for Nebraska. She serves on 6 important Senate committees: Armed Services, Appropriations, Commerce, Agriculture, Rules, and Ethics. Before her election to the U.S. Senate in 2012, she served in the Nebraska Unicameral, representing the 43rd Legislative District from 2005 to 2013. Born and raised in Lincoln, Nebraska, she attended the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, graduated with a degree in education, has a fantastic family of whom I've been able to meet many of them. And very importantly, when I had dinner with her and Senator Thune earlier this year, Senator Thune was singing her praises, saying she is one of the most productive, one of the most impactful members of Congress representing us in America. So please say aloha and welcome to Senator Fisher.
Yes, absolutely. Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Okay, great. It is a pleasure to be with you today, and it's so wonderful to be among public sector leaders who are here and also industry experts who share a common goal. And that goal obviously is making Nebraska a leader in data and AI. I want to thank Dr. McCarville for helping to organize this and all the work that he does. And of course, Milani, thank you so much for the invitation to be here. As data and AI rapidly evolve, we must do that as well. I see firsthand in the United States Senate, through my roles on those 6 committees that Melania mentioned, the importance and the focus that the Senate is starting to see with AI. On Commerce Committee, I am working to close the digital divide and bring reliable internet access to all Americans. On Agriculture, I see how AI is making our farming equipment more efficient and more profitable for producers. On Armed Services, I see how drones are changing the nature of war as we watch what's happening in Ukraine. And on Appropriations, I see how federal investments make innovations possible. AI is no longer an optional tool. It is becoming the backbone of global innovation, competitiveness, and job growth. And American leadership is under threat. The Chinese Communist Party is aggressively working to displace the United States. They purchase American farmland, and they purchase that near many of our military bases. They steal United States intellectual property. And now they are challenging us directly through their companies like DeepSeek. DeepSeek's AI model, they rival OpenAI's, but with far lower costs and faster training. Their open source reasoning models that they have, they're advancing very, very quickly. So we must address these national security risks before it's too late. I caught a little bit of Congressman Bacon's talk with you a little earlier. He suggested that government should stay out, at least what I heard from him, that government should stay out in the development of AI. But I believe with the national security risks we see across the board in a number of the areas that I mentioned earlier, whether it's in commerce, whether it's in ag, and especially in our national defense, government has a role in that. And I'm a conservative Republican, yet I still believe that a limited government has to have some kind of role in that, and we have to have a proper role in it so that we can work together with industry and work with business as that. On Commerce Committee, I've pushed for building blocks of responsible AI growth, whether it's data privacy laws to protect consumers, reliable internet access for every American, and federal guardrails that enable innovation to happen while we are able to secure sensitive data. We need ground rules for the vast amounts of data that AI uses. While state laws proliferate, unfortunately, Washington has yet to act. We need federal privacy laws to govern the responsible collection of data used to develop and train AI, to govern the responsible collection of data used there. We have really data-hungry applications out there, and we have to assume that responsibility for them. With a clear set of rules instead of a patchwork of state regulations, I believe that we can safely enable AI developers to innovate responsibly and securely. Connectivity is fundamental to all of that. My hope and my expectation is that Americans can benefit from AI innovation across industries, no matter where they may live. Through my leadership on the Commerce Committee as chairman of the Telecommunications and Media Subcommittee, I am pushing to expand broadband. I've done this through infrastructure legislation, and I'm looking to new horizons for longevity when it comes to the Universal Service Fund and our rural development programs. I also spearheaded federal policy making on the Internet of Things, known as IoT. In 2021, I passed the DIGIT Act into law, and that created a national strategy to promote the development and also the adoption of IoT. Once the frontier of tech policy, today, IoT fuels AI, and it fuels it by generating the massive data streams that AI models use to analyze data, to recognize patterns, and make improved predictions. In this manner, IoT continues to pose enormous opportunities, and those opportunities to optimize modern industries, from smart manufacturing to precision agriculture. In Nebraska, AI is posed to be a force multiplier for agriculture, which supports 1 in 4 jobs in our state. It can revolutionize how our state, Nebraska, can feed the world. The efficiency that AI can create, especially through precision agriculture applications, that's going to unlock the ability for producers to maximize yields and minimize resources like never before. Farmers and ranchers have been using precision agriculture technology to improve their yields, to reduce their inputs, to control their water usage. But there are more ways that we can boost those tools right now, and that's why I reintroduced my Precision Ag package this year, and I'm pushing for its inclusion in our next farm bill that we're going to be working on Ag Committee. This includes the PAL Act, which would dedicate financing for precision ag applications. It includes the Precise Act, which would expand access to precision ag technologies through existing USDA programs, and it includes the Last Acre Act, and that brings connectivity to our farms and ranchers, to the last acre. Adoption of these technologies, that's going to increase the outputs here that we can do in Nebraska and across our country. In 2022, I passed into law the Advancing IoT for Precision Agriculture Act. My staff is really good at naming stuff. This includes helping the University of Nebraska secure funding for rural wireless research at its Clay Center testbed. Too often, federal research and development assumes dependable power and connectivity that rural America can't always count on. We need AI solutions that work within those realities of not having necessarily all the connectivity that you need. And we have to have small language models that process locally, run on low power, and that keep working when the grid or the internet fails. Rural America has its challenges. And those challenges include harnessing the power of AI. But I don't see that as a weakness. I see it as an opportunity. And it is an opportunity to make AI more adaptable, more resilient, and really make it effective anywhere. And that's how we maintain American AI dominance. Globally, we should consider how AI is changing the calculus on the battlefield in Ukraine, and also within the Indo-Pacific. I leave in the next couple of days to travel with Senator Roger Wicker, who is chairman of the Armed Services Committee, and he and I will be traveling to a number of areas in the Indo-Pacific to look at assets that we are trying to improve upon and also deploy, whether it's on Guam or the Philippines or Palau, and obviously looking ahead to what is needed there so that we can better be prepared for the threats that we currently face now and the threats we're going to be facing, especially in the Indo-Pacific in the future. It's looking at AI and how it's going to drive new weapon development. It's to be able to have those weapons process the vast amounts of data at unprecedented speeds. It's looking at enhancing the efficiencies of the existing systems that we already have. AI-enabled drones, for instance, they're transforming how quickly and how accurately intelligence can not just be gathered, but then how it's analyzed, and especially how then you can act on it in the real world. In the past, when targets were being measured, that might require manual tools and close proximity. That doesn't discount using a ruler, but it needs to drive us to be able to see how AI today can allow us to take those measurements from a distance, how it's going to help us to process them instantly, and then again, how it's going to help us to integrate them into a broader strategy and make that strategy then instantly available to our forces that need to make decisions. It's going to free our war fighters so that they can focus on the strategies that are out there and make wise decisions, so that it can give them a delivery of greater precision and more decisive effects on the battlefield. In short, AI is making our weapons more accurate, our operations faster, and our missions more cost-effective. Anybody here work for the Department of Defense? Oh, I won't pick on you then. There aren't enough of you. But, however, we all know that anyone who's ever worked for or with the Department of Defense, it's very complex. It's very bureaucratic, and it moves very slowly. I find that very frustrating. But again, that's an opportunity that we have. Behind every successful mission, there are mountains of administrating and planning tasks that you have to do. You have to determine payroll. You have to know how many missiles to distribute and where to have those distributed to. Applied effectively, AI can safely automate many of these tasks, and it can save hundreds of thousands of man-hours each and every month. And that means that our airmen, our soldiers, our sailors, our guardians, our soldiers are going to spend less time on paperwork and more time on their main job, which is protecting this country and on war fighting. When many Americans think of AI, they picture large language models like ChatGPT, and I admit I have never used it. My staff thinks I'm incapable. But another powerful capability that we do have that lies in nonlinear algorithms. So solving the equations and being able then to test the variables in parallel rather than just one at a time. Think of how that speeds things up. The NNSA, which designs and builds our nuclear weapons, they're beginning to apply that artificial intelligence in this way. These AI-enabled models, they can test variable orders of magnitude faster than current computing models. And they complete calculations in days that once took months. For complex problems such as designing a manufacturing process for nuclear weapons, this speed can be transformative. And that's why I included a provision in last year's NDAA, to ensure that NNSA's efforts would focus exactly on the types of high impact applications that are needed. With this diverse array of applications, AI is clearly not just for the profits of Silicon Valley or for New York City. It can transform Nebraska farms, factories, defense installations, and communities. We already have the building blocks. We have military assets in this state. We have strong schools in this state. We have a high quality of life in this state. But to lead in AI, we need to align federal, state, and local communities in all of our efforts. We can grow, but this growth takes setting priorities and constant collaboration. So if we do this right, Nebraska won't just adopt AI, we will be able to shape it. Thank you all for everything you do. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Very nice. Another round of applause for Senator Fisher, please. Now, I know you're all hungry. We have two more speakers. And as we're talking about the federal policies, and we went from this morning talking about state and agencies, we are now going to expand upon that and talk about the national, not necessarily federal government, but the national landscape of AI with Eric Sweden, who represents the National Association of State CIOs, which I am fortunate enough as Nebraska's CIO to be a member of. And I think you'll really enjoy his presentation because it really shows, now that you've heard from Fed, you've heard from a state perspective on what our challenges are, you're going to hear from Eric on what the landscape across the nation looks like for states as they look at data and AI. So please welcome Eric to the stage.
Thank you, Matthew. And thank you all. Matthew, I am so proud of you. This summit is so well done. Thank you so much.
I'm actually, and I want you to do this with us at NASCIO, this is so good. I'm from Kansas, so I drove up here on Highway 29, but I've got some connections to Nebraska. My dad was an Army Ranger and had the opportunity to go to flight school and learned how to fly airplanes and studied aeronautical engineering at Creighton. Now that was back when the Army and the Air Corps were together. Anyway, and then my daughter, who's a PharmD, she did extensive rotations in western Nebraska. So we were driving back and forth, you know, because of her. And then my daughter is a physicist. I want to bring this up because, Eric, you did a wonderful job. You and I are healthily skeptical. You know about the second law of thermodynamics. You've got to have a physicist on these teams. There is a thing called entropy, the propensity for things to go haywire. You know, and we did a paper on organizational transformation. I brought this up. The U.S. Navy has this notion of plan for mistakes, plan for things to go wrong. And we're pushing miniaturization. Things are getting smaller and smaller. Well, how small can they go? You look at these graphical processing units. There's a limit. Eric knows about Planck's constant. And ask a physicist, over lunch, ask Eric, okay, you take a rope or anything else, you know, and you divide it in half, divide it in half, and divide it in half. Is there a limit? There's a limit. So ask Eric, when you get to Planck's constant and you attempt to divide it yet again, what happens and why? So there's a question. You'll be queued up for it. This is our organization that Matthew is a part of. Our mission is to help Matthew and other state CIOs do their job as well as possible. And what we're really after are citizen outcomes. We have no profit motive. Our motive is the citizens of this country. And so we're on mission as Matthew is, and you'll find our state employees are on mission. They are absolutely outstanding. I did my early career at a major chemical company, and we were all engineers and over-engineered everything, and I thought we had the most impressive people on the planet. When you start working in state government, you find out how good our people are. So every year, Doug Robinson, our executive director, and let me say, Doug Robinson and our president, Amanda Crawford, CIO for Texas, extend their greetings to you all. We do a top 10 every year. Last year, AI showed up for the first time in level 3 and then moved up. Now we've got 2 top 10 lists. This is the one that gets all the press, but there's a technology list as well. On the technology priorities, AI's been on the list since 2020, and it's number 1 this year. Now I'm going to do something very different, Matthew. I'm going to start with my last slide because I only have, Doug Robinson is always lecturing me on too many words, you take too much time, you're telling them too much. So I'm going to jump right to our conclusions, and then you're released. No, you're not.
This is in the digital swag bag, right?
It is. You've got all my slides, and if you want, we've got reports. We've got so many reports, and we give everything away, okay? So we got reports on AI playbook, enterprise portfolio management, enterprise architecture, and by the way, you need an enterprise architect on every one of these teams. We're doing a series on business architecture right now, and one of the main themes is design first before you start investing. These are the recommendations from our state CIOs. Exploration for sure and for certain. Okay, you've got to have these testings, but Matthew, another thing I'm proud of you, you tried to break their AI agent. We need that kind of thinking. Break it now. Break it when it's in the sandbox, when it's on the laboratory table. Don't wait for bad things to happen. Here's another aspect of that second law Eric will tell you all about. Irreversible consequences. Things go haywire and then we can't fix them. Let's try to avoid all that by doing some predictive analytics up front. Governance, regulatory frameworks, we've heard over and over again, we have got to have oversight. We've got to have governance. And when you go to oversight and governance, that's not intended to shut down innovation. It's intended to avoid unintended consequences. So support that, but also inform them. I'm a big advocate for AI folks to understand quantum, for quantum to understand AI, for policymakers to understand analytics, analytics people to understand data management. Keep in mind this whole lineage. I'm going to say it backwards because in reality it goes the other way. Our data is not very good, okay? The analytics inherits the quality of the data. And then the insights we're looking for from the analytics, they can inherit the pathologies in the data if we don't make course corrections. So then the policies that are being based on those insights, based on that analytics, based on that data, which isn't very good, and by the way, it's not very good, but it's all the data we got. Okay, so you have to take account of this error-prone world we're in. We live in the second law of thermodynamics. Now I'm going to back up again because, let's see, I need to go way to the end here again. Yeah, I wanted to bring up this slide here. Okay, so when you're thinking about any of this new technology, and by the way, Matthew, I wonder what this summit will be like in 5 years. So think about quantum, AI, and data. Now we've got on our enterprise architecture program, we run monthly calls. And we just had our first call from one of our corporate members, and we are so blessed to have these corporate members. They essentially are our R&D for state government because we can't afford R&D. Anyway, we had our first presentation from one of our major corporate members on AI, data, and quantum. And I'm going to be inviting other corporate members to come and do the same thing. You know, these things are going to be working together. I also want to share this with you. You've got to get Larry's book because Larry wrote the Bible on data quality. Now, Adita and I, is Adita still here or did she have to leave? Adita and I had the privilege of meeting this wonderful gentleman. I drove him around Midland, Michigan, got to know him, PhD, but a PhD in what? A PhD in trumpet performance. But I got to tell you, music is a great preparation for so many things. But he wrote the book on data quality, and you will also see in his book the mistakes that have been made, and expensive mistakes because of poor data. So think about that relative to AI. We've got to be cautious with this wonderful capability. Again, a lot of publications from NASCIO, free, download at will. We've got videos, webcasts. We've been touching on all those priorities. We've got all kinds of publications on those things. Now I'm going to back up. And Matthew, please give me a 5-minute warning because I talk too much. Let's back up. These are some important developments. You will see our main theme with AI, or a strong theme, is data management. If we don't have good data, how are we going to have good application of AI? So you'll see these recommendations, and I'm not going to go over them. You can read them. We don't have time. If I go over these, it'll be an hour and a half. Let's go back up here. Here's our situation. How important is data? From our survey report we did with one of our corporate members, data is really important. But are we prepared? Look where we are with data quality programs. You know, we've been hearing about data literacy, but there's AI literacy, quantum literacy, and all this literacy stuff is about readiness. Are we ready? We're not. But we can get ready. So we've got to include these readiness assessments. We've got to have data quality. We've got to have a data literate workforce, a data literate citizenry, and an analytics literate citizenry. Let's back up another one. Here's another highlight for you. What is data quality? If you go to the DIMBOK, Data Management Body of Knowledge, they've got a whole chapter on this. But we just summarized a few of the attributes. Where are we with agentic AI? Matthew, in 5 years, we're going to have whole new terms because AI is crawling right now. Pretty soon it's going to be a toddler. Then it's going to be a teenager. Holy smokes, watch out. So this is where we're using it, and do we even know what we're doing with it yet? So one of the things that I want to bring up is a notion of AI hygiene, quantum hygiene. Try to break the system. Try to find out where does it fail. Let's avoid these very unintended consequences. Here's the challenge for states. Now, states are working on governance, but it remains a challenge. So how do we make that happen? We're continuing to work on it, but AI is at an accelerated pace. It is moving, I'd say the speed of light, but anymore, you know what? There's something faster than the speed of light. Entanglement. Now that's a notion out of quantum, okay? Things happening at the same time and also at the, simultaneously. Anyway, watch out for that. Check that definition and see what that means, entanglement. We're not going to go into it here because I'd give you a 2-hour lecture. Gen AI use cases, here are the most common ones used today in state government. I also want to show you this slide. We talk about an accelerated pace of adoption. In 1 year, that's the change in the use by our state employees of AI capabilities. Let's back up one more. How much time we got here, Matthew? 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Okay, we're going to make this really fast. These are the things that are happening. Pilot projects, proof of concept, etc. Let's do more of that. Here's what's been implemented in the states. I highlighted data management because it is like a foundational concept. We've got to manage data. All right, so these are state actions, developing AI governance. You can see that's very important. Frameworks, building that AI workforce. Matthew, I'm going to say that's enough for me. I got to tell you, these folks today are outstanding, but I want to thank you for allowing NASCIO to come and learn. Thank you so much.
We have a couple minutes if Eric would like to do Q&A. Does anybody have a question for him? That was a ton of information. You'll have it in your swag bag. Did I see a hand?
Yeah, I have a question. So you brought up quantum, right? And we're really looking into quantum computation. So cryptographically relevant quantum computers are becoming the next possible threat to our privacy globally, right? Their ability to very rapidly break
any cipher. Yeah.
Right, and reveal our private information. I know that as we look into the future, not too far out, maybe a few years from now, probably 2030, we're looking at achieving true quantum utility, right? Which is a point in which quantum computers will be able to exceed what machine learning can do today with tons of GPUs and things of that nature.
Yeah.
How are we looking across the board to proactively begin to invest in quantum computation to bring that forward a little more and integrate it with AI sooner rather than later when our Chinese or other adversaries may get ahead of us?
That's what we have to do. You know, my dad was an Army Ranger. He used to always say, he who has the mostest and the leastest. You know, I mean, we are up against some very, very significant threats here. Quantum computing is here. Montana State University has 2 quantum computers. Polytechnics has 1 or more. These are quantum computers that run at room temperature. These are from Orca, and they use photonic technology, which is light. Now, they still have interference problems. Now, the others are catching up, just like classical computers and quantum computers are competing. Quantum makes a leap, then classical computers catch up, and that's ongoing. But you're right. We have this that's already happened. Our data, your, mine, everybody's, has been already downloaded. Now it's protected with ciphers, but when the bad guys out-invest us all the time. They got more money than we do in state government. When they get a hold of these quantum computers, they'll be able to break those ciphers that are not post-quantum ciphers. So we are in huge, huge risk. So 2030, quantum's here already. Yes? Yeah.
Could get the best practices of what the National Association of CIOs see as the states needing to enact legislation that provides both appropriate levels of guardrails and yet freedom to
Yes.
do the things. We don't need to go into great detail, but I think it would be super helpful to get that kind of information out to this group so they could talk to their lobbyists, their congressman, whoever it may be, about ways to, get after the problem that Congressman Bacon was talking about, right? Just enough, not too much. What do you guys recommend as best practices as we look forward?
Okay, we have a AI playbook. That's going to be something you could take anywhere. It's readable by anyone. Elementary school student could read it. We have I think it's slide 17 in your packet, will show the legislation that's going on at the state level. And the majority of by the way, 2,025 legislation pieces, the majority are related to private use of AI. The second is government. But I'd be glad to talk to you more later. As far as our industry members here, we have all of our materials are available to anybody. You don't have to be a member of NASCIO. But if you are a member of NASCIO, you could be on our working groups and help us work on what are these best practices. And I think the best practices have to evolve because AI is evolving. It's getting more and more capable. Look, we went from AI to AI, Gen AI, now AI agents. Now we've got AI assistants. And by the way, these things think for themselves and they talk to one another. So the best practices are just going to get more and more robust. Matthew, anything else?
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Round of applause for Eric, please. Thank you. So speaking of AI governance and data governance, there's a great bridge to go over here with Dan Clark from Truyo, who's his company Truyo will also be doing a demo at the 1:30 session for the state. They're one of the 4 companies that are not listed in the agenda, but they're Parsolvo, SailPoint, Matt Fangman, as well as Truyo, and I'm forgetting one, and I'm very sorry about that. But Cloudwick, sorry, thank you, Mark. But we will have a great afternoon after lunch, and Dan is going to be here to close us off right before we break for an hour for lunch. So, Dan Clark.
Thanks very much. I have a lapel. Thank you. Well, thanks. This has been a great show already. I love how quick it's going and all the points people are making. I was super happy to hear the last speaker talk about AI hygiene. That's kind of how I think of our job. It's less about governance and more about the hygiene of AI and using it successfully. The clicker is here. Okay. So if you're not familiar with my company, InterEdge, we're about over 4,000 employees. We have a worldwide footprint. We do software development with an emphasis on compliance, security, and AI. And we do that for big companies, for Intel, for American Airlines, for the state of Arizona, the city of Scottsdale, Arby's, you've heard of every one of our customers. We're fairly well known in the space as a privacy and AI governance solution. Forrester said we're the best fit for the enterprise. Gartner, whom we love, if they're here, Gartner recently called us the most mature platform in the space. And what we're really trying to encourage is AI hygiene so that you can adopt AI at scale, but do it safely and responsibly. I don't usually talk about myself in talks, but a little bit on my background. I started my career in the government, and then I went to Intel in the mid-'80s, and I was there when the laptop was being introduced. I was a low-level guy, but I was there, and I thought, this is the seminal moment of my career. I'm never going to see anything like this again in terms of the influence on the world. I mean, carrying a computer around with you, that's just crazy. After that, I spun a company out of Intel. I took that public on the New York Stock Exchange. I learned that I hadn't lived a clean enough life to be a public company CEO. So I went back into industry and got on the internet train, and I ended up running v-commerce. We now call that Google Shopping. But at the time of its peak when I ran that, we had about 8% of all internet transactions ran through us. And I thought, okay, this is it. This is the seminal moment. This is the most transformative technology I'm ever going to see. The amount of change this has driven in the industry is crazy. And then came AI. And AI, I struggle to even come up with an analogy for how transformative this is to our lives. It's embedded in everything. It's going to change everything. I sometimes use the analogy of the first car. This is the first car introduced 1888 by Carl Benz, and this thing could do 23 miles an hour. He gave the task of a shakeout drive to his wife, Bertha Benz, and Bertha was a brilliant engineer, extremely unusual in the 1800s, but she was also the mother of 2 children, and she had to take care of them even when she was working on the car. So in order to test this car, she would send somebody in front of her with a big red flag and wave it. And she wouldn't drive the car faster than the person with the flag could wave people in front of her. Why was that? Because the brakes on this thing didn't work. It was wood on wood. And so she actually, being an engineer, she got creative, and she wrapped the axle with leather, and she created a conical braking surface, invented brakes. And once she felt comfortable that she could stop the car, then she started driving the car fast. That's how I think of AI hygiene. It's not about slowing down innovation. It's making sure that you have the guardrails and the safety elements in place so that you can go fast and you can take advantage of this incredible technology. The regulatory landscape, this has been touched upon a little bit today. I agree with Senator Fisher wholeheartedly. I wish we had a federal law that was clearing all this out. We don't. We have some guidance at the federal level. There was the Biden administration's element, which was promptly rescinded and then replaced by something that kind of looks awfully similar. It's a lot more forward-facing, meaning that it's encouraging the adoption of AI. It encourages a lot more usage of AI. But still, what drives this more than anything is the existing laws. Bias and discrimination, they're illegal. You need to respect people's privacy. You need to have permission to use people's data. There are consumer protection laws. We have seen the states step into this, which I wish we had federal law, but the states kind of step in when there's a vacuum. We've seen Colorado focused on consequential decision making, sort of the outcome based. California's focused on transparency. Texas is taking a little bit lighter touch in this. But still, it's the existing laws that I think drive this more and more. Massachusetts recently successfully sued a company under their existing consumer protection laws. Utah did something similar. There are laws that protect us from consumers, from privacy, from various elements, bias and discrimination. These are the things we need to pay the most attention to from a compliance perspective. But AI hygiene, it's more than that. Adita talked this morning about how it's not enough to do compliance for AI. You need to consider fairness and accountability and transparency. I wholeheartedly believe with that because you want to take advantage of this profound technology. By the way, it's already everywhere. It's everywhere in every organization. When we onboard a customer, one of the things we do is we ask for use cases. We always get a few. and then we scan for usage, and we scan deeply in all sorts of different places. I always make the joke that I'll bet you if I can't find 100 examples that you didn't know about, I'd give our stuff away for free. I don't actually do that, but we always find tens of examples, hundreds of examples in every organization of every type, whether it's a state or a city or a public company or a private company. AI is being used everywhere all the time. This is a good thing. This is a benefit for our nation. I think we're really in the lead here, and I think we should embrace this innovative, amazing new technology. But you got to think a little bit about the risks. It's interesting, the two examples that I chose were pig biting and monitoring of electrical poles. I did that completely by random chance. But, you know, and by the way, I missed the most important part of my background. I grew up on a farm in an Amish community. I knew the answer that pigs biting each other actually means they're likely to be diseased, so I did know that. But this is an example, pretty low risk example of applying AI and thinking about the potential benefits. Monitoring, I love the fact that they got a question about privacy, you know, because really what you need to do is think about the risks. Hey, there's pictures that are going to randomly appear. You don't want them. What are you going to do with that information? How are you going to handle that information? What we find when we onboard clients to our AI governance platform is when you've thought about the risks, not a lot of problems. It's when you haven't thought about the risks, that's when you run into problems. We see all kinds of other examples of this. People tend to think of these maybe a little bit lower risk, resume screening, chatbots. You know what we find? They're not such low risks. Chatbots, you know, we saw Peloton has found out that training on all of your data when you don't necessarily have permission can lead to a successful lawsuit against them with their own chatbot. Air Canada being sued over a hallucinating a bereavement warranty that then they had to take responsibility for. In the case of resume screening, Morgan Stanley being sued by a gentleman of color, applied for a job, didn't get an interview, changed his name, only his name, nothing else, and he got an interview. Yeah, oh man, that actually kind of sounds maybe like a little discrimination. And their argument was, we didn't mean to do that. It doesn't matter what you mean to do, it matters what you do. And you can get into trouble with these things. We saw another example of bias. One of our clients applying report writing to the police force, not the vendor you heard from earlier, different vendor, completely different vendor. But what happened was this had an immediate, profound benefit to the police force. 45 minutes a day was returned to every police officer. The police are happier. They hated writing reports. They're back on the streets. The streets are safer. Like this amazing benefit of AI, the promise of AI. But pretty quickly, it became biased. So almost immediately. And why did it become biased? Probably thinking race, right? Maybe age, maybe where they were located. No, it was about their date of birth. Not year of birth, date of birth. And it started with April 20th, 420, which is associated with cannabis usage. And the AI thought, I guess they're all drug dealers if they're born on April 20th. And it started writing the reports this way. And then like a good AI, once it found a connection, it started applying it to other examples. One was Stalin born. All those people must be liars and evil. And it started to write these reports in a biased way. It sounds low risk to use AI, and there are enormous benefits, but you got to think through the risks. At the state level, what we often see is you got so many contracts, you have so many documents, you talked about that. There are so many places where you can apply AI. Route monitoring is another one. We saw, in this case, it was a nefarious actor who, a transportation company, another customer of ours, that they said, hey, we want to just check to see how people are optimizing their routes. Are they driving the best routes? Are they looking for gas in particular, diesel at the right place and not going too far out of the way to save 5 cents? So they did this by putting GPS on their app. And the problem is they didn't turn the app off when people weren't working. And so they had it in their pocket, they walked around, they had data on everything they did. They had kind of a bad actor who was anti-Semitic and wanted to sort of filter out the Jewish people. And so he looked for where were they going to church? Were they going to synagogues? And he found in the data set examples of this, and he used his IT authority to try and create reports around them that were worse. We see example after example of enormous benefits of AI, but you got to think through the risks so that you can avoid them. We also see IP as another risk. A major consumer brand was sued by somebody who they had their scheduling app for these cool, fun events, and they took this app and they started their own company. And they actually advertised that this is exactly the same as where I used to work. Just advertised it. They got the cease and desist letter. Hey, we own that. His counter argument was, you don't own it. Nobody owns it. It was created by AI. I know because I created it with AI. And unfortunately, what we've seen from the Office of Patent and Trademark is that, or maybe fortunately, only human beings are given the protection of patents, of intellectual property, of trademark. And you know, now if you change it enough, if there's a material change to that IP, then you can protect it. But without that, it's not protectable. Now, unfortunately, they haven't come out and said, what is material change? The closest they ever came is, well, it has to be significant. So we don't really know what that means exactly, but we do know this is another risk of using AI. We see company information that accidentally filters out. We saw one of our other clients that kind of proudly presented their cybersecurity report to us. And they're like, hey, you're going to like it this year. It's a lot easier to read. Not a native English speaker. And we're like, well, how'd you do that? Well, I threw it into Google and had to clean the whole thing up for me. And our CTO, who's also a little evil, was like, I'll bet I can hack this company right here, right now, using AI. And the fact that you just taught them what your weaknesses are. You can't let information out of the barn. You have to keep track of the IP and ownership. You got to think about the risks of AI so that you can take advantage of them. So our platform, we've extended privacy into AI governance, AI hygiene. I put training at the top of the list. I think it's the most important thing. In fact, a lot of the examples that I give, I think you can avoid by training people. We had another client that used Copilot, which I often think of as one of the lower risk usages of AI because they have excellent security. All the information stays within the company. This is a great thing, right? But they didn't tell people not to put personal information in it. And they had a guy who was writing a report on 10 of his employees, the annual reviews, and one asked hey, look at the productivity level, and created a prompt to ask for some help in writing the reviews. They were going to review it, but still, and 9 of them had help with, and the other one had said, no, don't bother with them, they're going to die. What? Well, it turned out that particular employee did have a life-critical disease and was having trouble with the insurance company. So they uploaded all of their medical records in order to help it write a letter to the insurance company. And the AI doesn't know it's supposed to ignore this stuff. And so it factors everything in that it can think about. Got to think about the risks. You got to train people to help them understand what does AI hygiene even mean to them. When we started this effort in AI governance about 2.5 years ago, about 2 years ago, we started in production. I didn't have little arrows up there. And it's been an interesting journey because what we found is that you really need to keep doing this because it is changing so fast. Every week there's a new thing. From a legislative perspective, there's a new thing. From a risk perspective, everybody's introducing, every vendor, us, everybody else is introducing AI. You got to keep up with this. It has to be a process within the company. Start with training, though. I really think if you do nothing else, at least train people on the risks. Help them understand these examples that will help illustrate, because if they're thinking about the risks, they're probably going to be able to avoid them in most cases. To us, the center of everything is the use case. The use case determines the risk of AI. You know, in cybersecurity, which we do a lot of, I really think it's more the posture of the organization. It's the surface area of your exposure. It's how do you approach security. It's not the same in AI. AI is about the use case. We have a client, a pharmaceutical client, that was using AI to do text generation. And they're like, hey, we use it for text generation. You know, that's not a big deal. Well, in one case, they were using it to talk about, hey, it's great to live and work in, let's say, Omaha. Not to give away who it was, but that's a pretty low risk usage, really, because they were using it as a recruiting tool. You know, you got to avoid bias maybe, but honestly, that's a pretty low risk usage. They were also using it to turn in documents to the FDA about how the drugs worked. This is literally the highest risk usage I think I've ever encountered in the 100 or so clients that we've onboarded. It's about the use case. You have to understand your use case. What do you need to know about the use case? Really, you need to know what data does it leverage, and I think you'll hear more about the data side of that, and what decisions does it make. You know, at the legislative level, I think Colorado kind of has this directionally right. Consequential decisions. What's the output? What's the outcome of the AI? Often you don't really understand how AI works in the first place. I contend that's not really necessary to be able to have good AI hygiene. Understand the data. What data is it leveraging? Why does it have date of birth in the training model for a police report writer in the first place? That one, as soon as you see that, you go, wait a minute, it doesn't need to know date of birth. Understand the data that's being leveraged and understand the decisions that the AI is making. So, conclusion. You know, I've seen some crazy technology in my life. Nothing is like AI. It is the most transformative thing any of us will ever see in our lifetimes. It is in everything, and it's just an infant. It is just getting started. It has been democratized so everybody can use it, and this is a great thing. You should embrace this. You should use AI everywhere. You should think about how to write prompts and how to train people better and how to educate our children in how to leverage AI. It is absolutely a great thing. But you got to think about the risks. If you just think about the risks and contemplate them, what data am I using? What decisions am I making? You can make it safe and you can scale up successfully. I have 5 minutes if you want me to do. If you have any questions?
So Don, a couple of questions. The first one is, you talk about the police and the biases. A lot of the data that we have is backward looking, and that data comes with biases. So how do we create models that do not have these biases moving forward? That's one. And the second one is, the most effective way of creating AI agents is when you feed it a lot of information. And some of it can be very personal. You go and look at every YouTube video out there about productivity and AI, is put as much information as you can so it can give you personalized recommendations. How do we manage those things?
Okay, so the first question, let's talk about the data for a second. The way we would approach how do you make sure that the data itself is not biased? Because a lot of data is biased. You know, my girlfriend is a surgeon. She does humanitarian surgery. She goes to Africa twice a year to do that. And I asked ChatGPT, I'm like, give me a picture of the classic surgeon in Africa. And it came up with a white man. And then I said, well, what's the most common patient that you get? And it was children. Now, it turns out 70% of their patients are actually adults, and 99% of them are African. They're not a lot of white. But Like when my girlfriend goes to Africa, she takes a lot of pictures, like tons of 500 pictures, and she prefers having children in the background because, I don't know, that's cooler that she's treating children. The data is inherently biased in this case. It's just filtering off the data. So how do you deal with that? The first thing is being aware. Understand it. Avoid data that you don't need. Again, the police example, you didn't need to know their date of birth to train a report writer. You don't need to know what race they are either, by the way. Don't feed it to the AI. AI leverages every bit of data that you give it. If that's not practical, we have a product we call Scramble, and other people have similar things. What Scramble does is it's designed specifically to address this question. It's a anonymization, pseudo-anonymization. It's a new thing. We had to come up with a different name. That's why we call it Scramble. But it mixes the data up in a way that keeps the shape of the data, but anonymizes it sufficiently so it doesn't have personal information. And we think that's a good safeguard to have in your training set. You also just got to think about the security. Who has access to this? That was the answer earlier of when we get pictures of people on when we're looking at the electric poles. We're really secure in the way we keep that information. And then you're probably okay. Think about the data. Think about the data set. The second thing you ask is about the agentic AI. All AI wants just enormous amounts of data. And by the way, a lot of people try to use synthetic data or what we call stochastic data. It doesn't work. AI is synthetic. It's not good with synthetic to synthetic. You need real data, massive amounts of data to train it. And I think later today you're going to hear a little bit more about the data model side, but you got to think about the quality of that data, the security of that data, and what do you really need to feed into it. When you look at videos, for example, maybe you don't need to know certain information. Maybe there's certain information you do need to know. Kind of filter that to a degree. I think I'm about out of time, but thanks so much for your attention. This has been a great conference. Appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Once upon a time, in the great state of Nebraska, agencies dreamed of artificial intelligence that could make everything smarter, faster, better, and more secure. But the storm of legacy systems, funding freezes, and unclaimed dollars had other plans.
I need money for a joint security operations center.
What about my statewide data mart? We need it all. Where am I going to get this funding?
Toto, I have a feeling we're not in budget anymore.
I have a heart. If only I had a modern budget framework.
Mom, my brain hurts. If I only knew how much we were actually spending.
I have the courage to modernize everything if I just had the funding.
I'll get your funding, and your little Doge too.
Enter Parsolvo. Not selling software, not pitching a platform, just showing you how to find the funds you already have.
You don't need magic, dear. You just need a roadmap.
Chargeback, a smarter way to bill agencies for the tech they actually use. Cost recovery is finding money already in the system and putting it back to work in your world. We call it IT Financial Management, a proven framework to align AI dreams with real dollars.
Strategy, roadmap, budget, results. Your yellow brick path to funding AI.
We're helping agencies unlock real savings.
There's no end state like Parsolvo. There's no end state like Parsolvo.
dear Nebraska, the road to AI isn't paved with gold, but the funding does exist. You just need the right guide. Let us pave your path to an incredible experience and unimaginable savings. No ruby slippers required.
Thank you. Thank you. What do you think? That was done with internal marketing resources in a couple of weeks, leveraging the latest AI tools. What do you think? It's really it's the Nebraska ITFM charter and the Parsalvo value proposition interpreted through AI, right? And yeah, I'm glad you like that. Noah was nervous about the guest speaker that we had in there. We told him no celebrities were harmed in the making of this video. But we do have 5 minutes left. We're going to take a couple of questions. I want to introduce our ITFM practice lead, Tim Cook, not Tim Cook. How are we going to build this roadmap for the great state of Nebraska, and how are we going to do this together?
Well, IT costs are particularly difficult to recover from the federal programs without really complex data that the feds require in order for you to do so. And that's difficult to produce with the systems that we have today at OCIO. We're going to put some systems in place to be able to produce the data for you so that you can begin to collect those federal indirect dollars easily. But we need everybody to do it. We need if everyone does it, then all that money comes back and it's tens of millions of dollars. And we need that money to invest in and build this AI roadmap. We're not collecting it today because the IT costs are so difficult to calculate into indirect cost recovery. So what's going to change in the next 6 months is that you're going to begin to see that data, and then it's a joint effort. You have to actually go in and adjust your indirect cost rates to incorporate these new IT costs so that we can begin to bring that money back into the general fund for redistribution. So that's our ask of the team here, and if in doing so we can begin to realize some of the dreams and start walking down the yellow brick road.
Any questions for the Tims? All right, thank you very much.
What is your name?
Sharon. Erica.
So Sharon and Erica, I've been just mesmerized by their interpreting. So thank you very much for making this an inclusive environment for all of our attendees. Thank you again. And while we're doing that, how are you doing on the one-on-one challenge? You should be leaving here with one tool that you are going to use in your work and one relationship. So raise your hand if you have a tool that you've learned about here that you're interested in using going forward. I see some hands up in the back there. Awesome. One relationship. Everybody's hands should go up because I've been seeing everybody talk with one another. Awesome. This is fantastic. This is what we were looking to accomplish. So our next part, did you want to come up here and okay. So this was a joint effort. We thought, what is at the heart of really making this a true technology summit? And that heart is people. So in order for us to really make an impact, to do good in Nebraska, to make ourselves known as a brand that's trusted for solutioning, we have to have the right people. We are a small state. So when I'm going to hire, I just hired 3 engineers in the last couple of weeks, not all of them were in Nebraska because all of the talent, the types of talent that we need in order to move our business forward are not all available. So this is a challenge that we are putting out to the rest of everybody. This is not just universities' challenge or educators' challenge, but how do we as a state look at going forward to make sure that we have the right talent and pipeline to fulfill that? So with that, I'm going to give it to, oh no, we're not doing that. Gosh darn it. That's the tease. That's the teaser. Don't leave.
Everything she said was right, but just in about an hour.
Oh, okay. We're going to do AI exploration instead. So when we were doing the idea of having homegrown Nebraska AI companies, we had more companies than we had spots for. So thank you. Some of you are in the audience that we actually had auditions and rehearsals, and people had to show us their demos. They got quizzed by us. There was a really exhaustive process. I don't know if Jeff Cook is here on the Kana System side. He arranged all of that. We saw some incredible technologies. We're not able to showcase all of those. And then not all of the things that benefit Nebraska are made in Nebraska. So with that, we have AI exploration that Matt's going to talk about. In addition, if you are interested in talking to any of the 3 Nebraska companies that have presented earlier, Guardify, Fast Forward, and Kana Systems, they are going to be out in the lobby area. Encourage you to go talk with them. They do have their demos, etc. Again, to make those relationships and things to move forward. And with that, Matt's going to talk more about AI exploration and some of those tools that you're going to be seeing here.
So like she said, some of these are going to be based in Omaha, and some are going to be, based in Nebraska, sorry, not just Omaha. So Nelnet is going to be our 3rd round. So that, of course, is a Nebraska company, but their applications are all across the United States and the federal government, especially in the Department of Education. We're going to have Cloudwick, and their example, especially if you are in the legislature or in policy making, is extremely interesting. And then first up is going to be Truyo, who you heard from Dan Clark earlier. I don't know about you guys. I thought he was exceptional. That was really good. Now I have to find him. Where did he go? There, you're up, Dan. Darren, you have that ready to go? You're the only one here from Truyo, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It's all you.
Okay, so I talked a lot about our AI governance platform, but we do a lot of other things with our business. And actually, the most popular thing we do for states is automation of FOIA requests. I know you guys get a lot of those. It's gotten a lot worse now that AI is able to generate the darn requests. And so we have a platform to automate the responses. That's what we'll see.
IntraEdge was founded in Arizona in 2002 and has expanded to have a worldwide footprint and over 4,000 employees. In 2015, IntraEdge developed Truyo, a privacy compliance platform. 2 years ago, Truyo expanded to include a comprehensive AI governance platform that has been adopted by enterprise clients and public sector organizations, including the state of Arizona and the city of Scottsdale. Like many municipalities, they receive a high volume of FOIA requests that have fixed deadlines and often require accessing multiple systems to fulfill. FOIA request volume has increased exponentially with artificial intelligence. It's easier than ever to draft a request, especially in a weaponized manner by making multiple complex requests to a public entity. Most responses are hundreds of pages long with embedded PII or other confidential information and are estimated to cost $1,500 each to fulfill, according to Gartner. Beyond administrative burden and cost, inadvertently including confidential or private information could constitute a privacy breach, or at a minimum, pose a privacy risk. The answer to this complex issue is leveraging automation in combination with secure AI to assemble the appropriate information, and most importantly, to redact confidential and private information. Here's how Truyo helps.
Many organizations need to have the ability to process Freedom of Information Act or FOIA requests. Organizations will typically have a form, like the one that you see here, to collect the information needed to process the FOIA request. Truyo enables you to automate a large portion of the data gathering and later redaction of the information as part of a response to a FOIA request. Once an individual has completed their request form, that form populates a request within Truyo. Having your data sources, the sources of information that are needed to respond to a FOIA request, will be loaded here into our platform, allowing Truyo to automatically send tasks out to various department owners to gather the information. For structured data systems, you can configure a connection to those systems, and we can assist with automatically collecting data from various data sources to complete a FOIA request. Once the FOIA request data has been gathered, the next step is to review that data and redact information that should not be included. The Truyo AI platform can process multiple documents simultaneously. This means what may have taken days to redact manually can be performed within minutes using Trio. One of the most time-intensive portions of processing Freedom of Information requests is redacting information from the content that you will provide to the original requester. Historically, redaction is performed with a redaction tool. Typically, you will select the information that is to be redacted, mark it, and have a redaction tool perform the redaction at a later time. While that works for small documents or minor requests, large FOIA requests can be hundreds of pages long. Redaction needs to be consistent across all pages in the document, whether on page 1 or page 99. In this example, we need to redact badge numbers and names. This can become very time-intensive when done manually and can lead to errors, potentially exposing sensitive information. Automation is the key to streamlining FOIA responses that require redaction. Within Trio, information can be redacted by creating search patterns. For example, I have a preset search pattern here for badge numbers. Once I run my search, you can see that it found all 520 badge numbers in this 100-page document. You can see them highlighted here with the red marks below. But let's say that you wanted something a bit more complicated, such that you'd like to redact all of the names in the document. This requires first understanding the parameters that identify a name. How does the tool know that Donald Duck is a name, but test is not? This is where we involve AI, using a trained GPT model. This means you could use this against ChatGPT, Copilot, or even on-site Copilot for maximum security. You can set up your prompt, run your prompt, and the tool will scan the document to find all of the names, marking them for redaction. You'll see the list of names the tool identified populate here on the right side. The prompt I entered found approximately 620 names in the document, including Donald Duck and Mickey Mouse, but as you can see, did not mark test as a name. Here on page 1, you can see the tool mark these identified names for redaction. As you scroll down to the middle of the document, they are still marked accurately for redaction, and all the way through page 100, you will find all names have been identified and marked. Setting up a search with a prompt takes very little time, but how do we scale this capability in an organization where requests are numerous and frequent? If you have multiple documents, you can run multiple searches in parallel, saving considerable amounts of time by redacting all of the names out of the document simultaneously without having to identify each name individually. Redaction that may have taken days can be performed within minutes using the Trio redaction tool. Once you've completed your prompt-driven redaction, you can then save this document, place it back into the document storage facility you're using to assemble your response to the Freedom of Information Act request, and respond to that request with confidence, knowing consistent redaction has been completed.
Automate Freedom of Information Act requests, streamline redaction of sensitive documents, and manage AI governance with Trio. Learn more at trio.com.
You know, it's a simple example. It's not as fun as pigs biting each other. But this takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of cost out of the ability to respond, and it increases your security, your privacy. There's a lot of benefits you can get from AI. Just got to keep it safe.
And I don't know who in this room is trying to do these manually, because we do that now. He's not wrong, it takes days. 400-page document, trying to get all that done, and then you miss them because human error. This is one of those use cases that is a pretty obvious return on investment on efficiency. It's not generating more revenue, but it's allowing us to do more for people that we already have hired that are handling these things. We have not purchased this yet. This is something that we are showing as a possible use case that could be used in Nebraska, especially for anyone on the policy side, legislative side, legal side. This goes beyond just OCIO. We do all the FOIA requests for the state, but I know the legislator does that as well. Judicial has their own. The Attorney General has their own. There's multiple agencies and branches of government, including Secretary of State's office. They all do this on their own manually right now. So this could be a very good enterprise tool to use the state. Thank you.
You bet. Thanks again.
And next up is Mark Schreiber with Cloudwick, and another very, we have not purchased this use case from Cloudwick yet. We do have Cloudwick in multiple agencies right now, but I'm not going to steal his thunder, so I'll let him tell the story. But this is another use case much like Trio. We have not purchased yet, but we put this on the list as a high impact use case that could really benefit the state. the legislature, the judicial, the Attorney General's office, and OCIO acting on behalf of state agencies under the executive branch.
Thank you, Matt. I want to say that, Matt, this has been a wonderful event. I go to many of these across the United States, and I really like the participation that came from the state, and I think that you're going to have a lot of success from this. One of the things that we actually have 2 videos, Matt. So one you have bought. And I think when you start looking at data, that has been the foundation discussion for all of this. The complexity that you all have today is that data is going to be the driver of innovation for you tomorrow. And now being able to bring that data, whether it's from an IBM mainframe, and I'm happy to say with the state of California, we have now proven the largest migration of data into the AWS cloud for AI. We've also, at the state of California, they just announced that they saved $37 million in their Health and Human Services division, which is the EMS department, on a $44 million budget. And what we're focused on doing is automating data workflow, business process, and reporting. And those are the use cases that I think matter most. And what we're going to share today is the OCIO Data Fabric. This has been installed into the AWS account for the state of Nebraska. It's ready for you now. So let's take a look at it.
Across the state of Nebraska, agencies work every day to deliver essential public services. But aging systems, siloed data, and growing technical debt make that mission harder with each passing year. Now, with leadership from the Office of the CIO, Nebraska is turning the page, introducing the OCIO, State Data Fabric. Powered by AWS and delivered by Amorphic, the State Data Fabric is a secure, cloud-native platform that unifies data, automates processes, and enables intelligent, AI-powered modernization across government. Built within Nebraska's existing AWS environment, the platform connects legacy systems, enforces enterprise governance, and provides trusted access to data for every agency, staff member, and AI service. It's built for rapid adoption, with embedded training, support, and security, so agencies can modernize without re-platforming or hiring large IT teams. Whether in public, safety, transportation, or finance, the pressure is the same. Do more with less, and do it faster and more securely. With the OCIO State Data Fabric, Nebraska agencies now have a common foundation for smarter, faster, and safer digital government services. Here's how it works. The platform solves one of the hardest challenges for governments, data governance. With the OCIO State Data Fabric, agencies retain control of their data, while the OCIO enforces consistent metadata standards, access controls, and trust frameworks across the enterprise. And all data, within or across departments, is encrypted, logged, and governed by zero-trust architecture, eliminating risky workarounds. Data search and sharing is simple and secure with our data catalog. Agencies can publish and subscribe to data sets, control visibility, and collaborate across silos with confidence. The platform applies role-based masking, allowing the same data set to appear differently based on who's accessing it. Sensitive fields are automatically hidden from unauthorized users, protecting privacy while maintaining data usability. Each dataset can be classified and governed to meet HIPAA, CJIS, and NIST standards. Role and attribute-based access restricts sensitive information, while metadata-driven policies and audit logs enforce compliance. Full data lineage captures every step from source to AI output, ensuring trust, transparency, and audit readiness. Real-time cost dashboards give leaders clear visibility into cloud usage and spending without requiring deep technical expertise. The platform also provides entity resolution, intelligently matching similar data across departments to remove duplication, reduce manual cleanup, and create a unified view of citizens, programs, or cases. Starting in Q3, Nebraska's OCIO State Data Fabric and Center of Excellence will be open to all agencies, giving teams a secure space to test ideas, explore AI-powered automation, and find new ways to solve real-world problems faster. Agencies are already preparing to drive real outcomes using the platform. This is more than modernization. It's about unlocking people, data, and possibility, across every agency, for every Nebraskan. Powered by AWS, delivered by Amorphic, built for secure, AI-powered government.
Yeah, we're really excited, and I want to thank VJ and Matt for the work that's gone on, as well as the entire team. This is a really strong undertaking, as you can imagine, and all of these AI service vendors are going to benefit from this, from being able to bring that data in a controlled and governed way and be able to access and manage that. Now, on another front, what we've been working on is what I consider to be intelligent automation applications. And so it goes beyond the agent, it goes beyond the AI assistant. It's about taking your data, taking your business process, taking your workflows, and even your reporting, and automating it, automating the entire workflow. What I'm gonna show you comes out of the state of Hawaii. It was in this session, they used it, they saved hundreds of thousands of hours at the department level. We have now automated the entire archive of the state of Hawaii's legislative sessions. And so what you're going to see now is also been done for Nebraska. It's available starting tomorrow. It's the entire archive of legislative intelligence for the state of Nebraska. Let's play that.
Imagine generating legislative testimonies in minutes, not days. This is more than automation. It's advanced AI that understands policy context, legislative history, and your organization's voice. Public sector leaders face constant pressure to respond to legislative activity with limited time and resources. Introducing Amorphic Legislative Intelligence, a solution that streamlines your policy response process and fits seamlessly into how your teams already work. The result is faster research, smarter drafting, and more effective engagement. It begins by centralizing bills, hearing notices, testimonies, fiscal notes, and voting records in a secure, searchable repository. Need answers? Just ask. Use natural language questions, and the AI Research Assistant delivers clear, citation-backed answers by scanning thousands of records across years of legislation. When a hearing notice is published, the testimony generator identifies relevant bills, analyzes prior statements, and drafts a new version in your voice. You can edit or regenerate it within a guided editor that adapts to your input. Results are enriched with summaries, fiscal tags, and related documents for faster understanding. Each bill builds into a comprehensive profile that tracks committees, sponsors, votes, and amendments. You can filter by department priorities or policy relevance to focus where it matters most. Further, the Amorphic Knowledge Graph connects bills, topics, legislators, and outcomes, making it easier to spot patterns, understand relationships, and plan strategically. With similarity and contextual search, you can explore historical legislation using everyday language. Dashboards turn this data into insight, track policy trends, department activity, and bill progress at a glance. Whether prepping for a hearing or updating leadership, the information is ready when you need it. Security is built in, data is encrypted in transit and at rest. Role-based access and audit logs keep information secure, compliant, and under control. Amorphic helps you move beyond manual work. On average, customers have saved thousands of hours per session drafting and responding to bills and stakeholders. With intelligent bill research, drafting, search, knowledge graph, and monitoring, your team stays focused on outcomes, not paperwork. Cloudwick and Amorphic, accelerating public policy intelligence for better government outcomes.
Well, thank you, Matt.
Thank you, Mark.
Yeah.
Just because we have a couple minutes, does anybody have, we can give them 5 minutes question and answer if anybody has any questions on these. And I did not know that he turned that one on at OCIO, so thank you, Mark. That was actually a surprise to me as well, because I didn't have to prepay for it, so thank you, Mark. All right, so next.
I do have something to add. So working with AWS, John Corky is over here. AWS has put $150,000 here into the state to work on AI use cases. So from that perspective, check in with Matt, check in with VJ. The money is sitting there burning a hole in my pocket, and so we really want to be able to find ways to accelerate your data, your workflow, your business process automations together.
So I think that's his way of saying, Senators, if you have use cases you'd like to apply this to, there's money on the table that I don't have to spend dollar for dollar for. So, and one thing before Nelnet walks up is I just wanted to, where's the Microsoft team? I didn't see you earlier. There you are. Somebody come up here, Chelsea. Of course. So one of the other things that I wanted to say earlier when we were talking about the G5 license is Microsoft, just like AWS, is helping the state modernize significantly. And just short of $1 billion they gave us in, how do you phrase that money? This is why I wanted Chelsea up here. What's that? Customer investment dollars that they gave the state of Nebraska to modernize our call technology and get away from physical phones and landlines and modernize that into a multi-cloud system with a Microsoft Teams rollout and soft phone rollout. So that was a huge surprise to us, and we actually didn't even ask for it. They gave it to us. So we have a lot of partners in this room that have gone from vendors to partners, whether that be John Corky and AWS, Cloudwick with Mark, the Microsoft team. We are definitely seeing a lot of people who want to help us modernize. So I just want to thank you and give you a round of applause.
Thank you. I'm Josh Jones. I'm the manager of data science and AI at Nelnet. And kind of my team's role at Nelnet is creating our internal AI solutions to make our operations a little bit more efficient. And the other kind of role of my team is to vet and evaluate emerging technologies. So I know a lot of the themes I kind of heard talk with various different individuals was quantum computing. And my team has a quantum scientist. He just got his PhD in quantum ML, and he's been researching quantum applications both in the finance but also the cybersecurity space. But really our main focus has been Gen AI and how do we vet these large language models. Nelnet was actually one of the first companies in the world to get access to GPT. We were part of OpenAI's early adopter program. So we've been accessing GPT since GPT-2, which is the predecessor to ChatGPT and GPT-3, the model that powers that platform, or I guess used to power that platform. So we've been rapidly iterating over those products over the past 4 or 5 years. So today we'll be showing off a couple of those products that we call the AI Zoo, and each of them have, attributed 7-figure cost savings to our operations. And altogether, our AI and automation team saves the company about $10 million in operational efficiency.
At Nelnet, we're committed to the responsible, ethical use of AI, guided by our mission and core values. We strive to build trust and collaboration with our associates and stakeholders while following a framework that aligns with industry best practices and regulations. Integrating AI into our business unlocks opportunities to drive innovation, streamline processes, and increase productivity. By embracing AI with integrity, we're creating meaningful value for those we serve and helping to shape a smarter, more sustainable future. Nelnet leverages advanced AI and process automation to modernize operations, enhance the customer experience, and deliver measurable efficiencies across both public and private sectors. Our capabilities span a wide range of business functions, helping Nelnet work smarter and faster. We apply generative AI to boost efficiency, deploying custom large language models, creating knowledge-based assistance, and automating contact center functions like auto QA, call summarization, and email response support. Our machine learning solutions power advanced modeling and forecasting, including customer, risk, and behavioral modeling, along with sophisticated data mapping and ETL processes. Through optical character recognition and computer vision, we streamline back-office workflows with image analysis for mail and document processing, blur detection, and image classification. And with robotic process automation, we develop custom Python workflows and integrations, automate report creation, and handle scheduling and generation, freeing up teams to focus on higher value work. Now let's step into Nelnet's AI Zoo, a showcase of the innovative applications we've built to bring these capabilities to life. In this demo, you'll meet 2 of our AI solutions, Bear and Owl. Each is designed to tackle real-world challenges with intelligence, speed, and precision. Meet Bear, our bot for efficiently accessing resources. This custom-built RAG chatbot retrieves information from multiple sources in seconds, pulling from internal work guides across disparate data sources to give contact center agents fast, reliable answers. Bear remaps to any content or knowledge base, instantly reflects policy changes, pinpoints the exact answer location in documentation, eliminates time-consuming file searches and Tier 2 escalations, and delivers quick, accurate responses with no hold time. In short, Bear helps call center agents work smarter and faster, empowering them to deliver superior customer service. Simply type a question into its chat interface, and Bear responds with the answer and links to supporting documentation. It's flexible too, easily remapped to different content or knowledge bases, making it a powerful on-demand tool for any team. Now, let's see Bear in action, showing how it delivers answers instantly and helps our call center agents work more efficiently. Student loans move fast, sometimes with 4, 5, or 6 new policy updates that can completely change how we interact with borrowers. Expecting agents to stay current on every detail is nearly impossible. That's why we built our RAG chatbot, short for Retrieval Augmented Generation. Imagine an agent is on a call and a borrower asks, "What is and why am I in an income-driven repayment plan?" If the agent needs assistance answering the question, the agent can ask Bear. Bear searches all the embedded documents in its database, retrieves the most relevant context, and augments a natural language prompt. It then sends that to our foundation model of choice, GPT. We built Bear as a full-stack application, from the front-end interface to the back-end powered by LangChain, integrating a proprietary model from OpenAI. Bear has already scanned our entire knowledge base and pulled up relevant documentation. Here, I'm opening the Income-Driven Repayment Plan overview. Bear not only provides the answer, but also highlights exactly where it appears in the documentation. Previously, this would have meant digging through a SharePoint library, searching PDFs, or escalating to Tier 2 support, all while the borrower sat on hold. Bear removes that delay, creating a faster, far better customer experience. Now an agent can ask Bear a quick question. It finds the answer instantly, and with just a bit of conversational context, the agent can relay it directly to the borrower, keeping the call smooth and efficient. Bear has answered over 1 million questions for our agents. And across our sleuth of nearly 20 Bears, we've seen significant associate efficiency, 7-figure operational savings, and superior customer experience. Bear has transformed how our agents access information, but answering questions is just one part of delivering an exceptional customer experience. The next challenge is ensuring every interaction meets our quality standards. That's where OWL comes in. OWL, short for Optimized Whisper Listener, is an agentic process that transcribes calls and intelligently triggers actions to validate and quality assure customer interactions. It can transcribe and scrub calls, building a searchable data repository, auto-score conversations using GPT, perform detailed call analysis and tagging, and even take notes for the agent. With OWL, we're reinventing how we deliver call QA, making it faster, smarter, and more accurate than ever before. OWL uses AI to automate and objectively grade the same portion of calls we've traditionally reviewed manually. Today, it's handling about 50% of our quality assurance volume. For each incoming call, OWL first determines if it meets the criteria for AI grading. We pull the call data from Workspace or CX1, our telephony platform. From there, a data pipeline transcribes the call using an open-source model, converting it into natural language so it's ready for analysis. Once transcribed, we hand it off to an agentic process. Think of it like a quality assurance analyst reviewing a call against a rubric, asking a series of conscious and subconscious questions. Did this happen? Did that happen? What's the context? We've built prompts that ask the AI those same questions, what we call dependencies. These dependencies trigger specific parts of the scorecard rubric. Not every call is graded the same. If something isn't applicable, that section isn't triggered. Here, you can see the dependencies OWL asked itself during its planning and reasoning process. Let's open one as an example. Did the transcript indicate the customer is currently in forbearance? OWL determined the answer is true. Any determination can be disputed. That's a key feature of OWL. There's always a human in the loop. If an agent or quality specialist disagrees, they can trigger a second human review at any time. For transparency, we also show the prompts used so agents know exactly how the AI was guided to answer a question. and for every decision OWL makes, it explains its reasoning, often citing the exact part of the transcript it relied on. On the scorecard for this call, the agent scored full points across all categories. In this example, the question was, did the agent state their name and the company's name? The transcript shows they did, meeting the requirement. OWL also provides metadata to link reviews to our backend database and track rating history. Here, the original AI score was 29 out of 32. The agent disputed it, triggering a human review. The final score was a perfect 29 out of 29. The real efficiency comes from replacing the manual reviews that once took 20 to 45 minutes per call. OWL can grade a call in about a minute, delivering significant time and cost savings in the 7 figures. Bear and OWL are just 2 examples of how Nelnet is turning our AI mission into reality, using technology to work smarter, deliver better experiences, and create measurable value. For our associates, AI means faster answers, more efficient processes, and the ability to focus on higher impact work, much of it powered by the talent and dedication of our Nebraska-based team members. For our business, rooted in Lincoln, Nebraska, it means cost savings, scalability, and innovation at speed. And for the people we serve, including thousands of Nebraskans, it means faster resolutions, better service, and solutions that grow alongside their needs. By embracing AI responsibly and ethically, we're not just keeping pace with change, we're leading it. Creating meaningful benefits for our clients, our associates, and the communities we serve. We are Nelnet.
And that's just 2 of the many different products in our AI zoo. Thank you. If you guys have any questions, just find one of the Nelnet team members walking around. Thank you.
Thank you. And then for our closing panel, this is one that I think all of us may learn something out of this for Mailani's 1+1 that we did not know before we came here. So I'm going to hand it off to our facilitator for this panel, Shauna Dorsey.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here, you guys. So this should be a really fun panel. Lots of friends up here, familiar faces, some new ones. So looking forward to hearing all of that you have to share today. The topic today, or this afternoon, is building Nebraska's data and AI workforce pipeline. And what we're going to cover is that, the demand for data and AI talent has accelerated, and that it's important for Nebraskans to build a sustainable workforce. It's critical for us to do that together. And then just exploring some strategic partnerships, initiatives, community-driven resources, et cetera, at strengthening our talent pipeline. So welcome, panelists. What we are going to do now is have each panelist introduce themselves, name, title, organization, and a quick sentence or 2 about your role or background. Oh, real quick about me. So I am good at respectfully cutting people off. I want to make sure that you guys get to your happy hour fun. But what we're going to do today is this group will answer a series of questions that they've shared. We'll have some seated questions as well. And then we'll leave a few minutes open at the end for Q&A from you guys, if you have any, and we'll get you off to your evening. But looking forward to it. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Leah Barrett. I'm the president of Northeast Community College. Our home campus is in Norfolk, Nebraska. We serve a 20-county service area. I also am a member of the Nebraska Information Technology Commission. Some of you learned about that from Zach earlier. And I also am the current president of the Executive Council for NSERS. NSERS like answers. It's the statewide longitudinal data system, which starts with our preschool children all the way to the workforce, partnerships with all of the public colleges in the state. We'll get our tribal colleges up there soon, right, Michael? And the Department of Labor and the Nebraska Department of Education.
Hello, everybody. Now, on your bulletin, it's going to say Adam Britton. I am not Adam Britton. I think on the slide it probably says that too. Adam unfortunately cannot be here, but in the Rake School, we're a community and we all help each other out. So I'm Dr. Seth Paulsley. I'm an assistant professor of practice in the Jeffrey S. Rake School of Computer Science and Management. I lead the data science core there, so I teach stats, machine learning, generative AI. And then I'm also working with the College of Engineering on kind of our AI task force. We don't really have a good name for it yet, where we're building out more curriculum, more ways to get AI across the entire university, in particular starting with the College of Engineering. So this is right up the alley of what we're trying to do.
you said. Marta Garcia Murillo, I am the Lee Seaman Dean of the College of Information Science and Technology at UNO.
Pass back. Hi, I'm Natalie Gerhardt. I am the department chair of the Business Intelligence and Analytics Department in the Hyder College of Business at Creighton University. So I also teach machine learning, but more from a business perspective.
I'm Bill Udell from Don't Panic Labs. We are a software engineering company in Lincoln, Nebraska. You might be asking yourself, why is a software engineering company in the front of this room? Because we also do a lot of education. We have a program called Pathways that we built with Doane University. And we also have a series of workshops that we teach to organizations across the state and some nationally. The reason that I'm up here is it's a bit like the hair club for men. We're not only, we're also a client. So as you think about the way that AI has invaded the world, it's invaded our world too. Creation of software requires us to move ourselves forward as well. And so I think I can speak with some authority on what it looks like to use agents to help us write software, along with what it looks like for us to teach people how to use agents to write with software.
I'm Nate Watson. Whoa, mama. Hello. I'm Nate Watson. I am the executive chair of the Omaha Data Science Academy. I'm also the CEO of Contemporary Analysis. We are an AI and machine learning consulting company, so much like Don't Panic. We, a long time, decided that we needed to start building our own talent and our own talent pipeline, and created an accredited code school that helps train machine learning, data engineering, business intelligence, data visualization, AI, and cyber. So we have our own academy for that, and yeah, we've become we know what to train for because we're going to use our own talent. So we eat our own dog food, as they say.
Wonderful. So just a quick intro for me. I'm Shauna Dorsey with the Exarban Foundation. I oversee the Nebraska Tech Collaborative, which we partnered with a lot of folks on this panel on, and the Scholarships and Internships Initiative, where we award about $500,000 a year to students pursuing STEM training throughout the state, mostly tied to our community colleges, and we also partner with Teammates Mentoring to connect students to post-secondary training in 2-year, 4-year, et cetera. So enough about that. We're going to get to these questions. So like I mentioned, each person submitted a question or two. I'm going to pick one from each set, and then if someone else wants to chime in, great. So we'll see how this goes. Martha, I'm going to start with you. As immigration policies, which we know is extremely important right now and impacting, as immigration policies, research dollars, and state funding become more constrained, how can outside partners step in to help universities remain engines of talent development and innovation?
Okay, so tell me, who is going to be most effective educating the workforce, the tech workforce of Nebraska? Professors at universities or AI agents?
That's a really interesting question. So basically, the answer depends a lot on what we're looking at in terms of scale, personalization, and the kind of learning people need. Professors at universities bring a really deep level of expertise and that human touch that's super important for mentoring and more complex discussions. On the other hand, AI agents can scale up really quickly.
What else am I going to do if we are in an AI summit conference, right? So what is the role of professors? And going back to your question about what is, we are facing very uncertain times, especially in higher education. So the best that we can do is to continue to partner with industry to open opportunities for our students. And you all know that UNO, being the metropolitan campus of the system, we serve populations that do not have the connections, the family members that can open doors for them. So that means that we want our students to work on research with faculty, which is an important role for innovation. And I know for a fact that that works because Luis Merino, who presented his company here, was one of our students who built a company, and he worked on research with one of our faculty members. So continue to support research. How do you continue to support research? You can do it by having your interns being with us and beginning to that process of professionalization, if that's the name. You can also collaborate by hosting us in our job shadows or by doing projects in our capstone projects, because a lot of us have capstone at the end of their degree, and being able to expose them to real projects is an important skill development for them. I do want to emphasize that sometimes research gets put into the background when we think about workforce, and I truly believe that is the collaboration between industry, higher education, research, and education specifically that will allow us to stay ahead compared to just being a training ground for companies.
Great, thank you. And just building on that, Natalie, this next question is for you and from you. But what can universities and industry do together to connect with students earlier and start strengthening the talent pipeline?
Yeah, thanks. So in a little bit different direction than what she just answered, but Creighton University, specifically the Hyder College of Business, wants to be the school most connected with businesses. Our dean loudly and proudly says that, and we take that to heart. We want to engage with our businesses as much as possible. We've started a new initiative, which we call the Creighton Innovation and Technology Exchange, which I've met Matt through. And it's an opportunity to engage with the community and also engage with students and also engage with us as faculty to continue to make our classes more relevant. That's really relevant for businesses to help fill the pipeline and meet our students sooner. As I've heard a couple times today, we need more talent in the state, and we have talent, and we're proud to be part of the brain gain, but we have a lot of students that don't necessarily see their future here, and it's not because there's not good jobs, it's that they don't see the growth path. And so it's not just growth like up the ladder, it's growth in their career, but also in their minds, and knowing that those creative jobs are out there that will continue to challenge them as they grow. So being able to work with community partners in government and in business, as well as for us as faculty and students, and connecting all of those different ideas is really powerful for us as mostly undergrad students at Creighton, to be able to see what you guys are doing and see the fun things we've been seeing in videos, right, of how those things are being impactful. So always happy to collaborate and always happy to engage with anyone that has ideas and a great vision for what's exciting for some of our young students that come to Nebraska from other states.
Okay, Leah, this is just building off of that too. This is all like a building conversation. But speaking of data and AI career pathways and preparation programs for the evolving workforce, can you talk to us about what's happening at Northeast?
Yes, and I'd like to speak for a lot of the community colleges in the state and the work that we really do. Starting the younger the better, and we have really dove into discussing earn and learn opportunities, which begin as early as a junior or senior in high school, especially in our rural areas, as we recognize that according to the Nebraska Community Foundation, and we see it every day as well, that our young people want to stay in their rural communities. And so it is so very important for us to be reaching into those communities and helping to have those experiences for our students that expose them to different careers, and especially careers in the information technology field. So in the community college setting, our students really are focused on being system administrators, being the leaders and working in help desk kinds of settings. And as we look at AI and data, they really are going to be the ones that will be very supportive and helpful at that first level, right? You might have AI generate something or study some data. So our students will have the ability, as they are trained in basic information security, they're trained in data analytics, to find the anomalies, to find the errors that exist as they're passing them up to those individuals that are coming from Creighton and the University of Nebraska Omaha and the University of Nebraska Lincoln that are really trained in that computer science foundation, which is really calculus-based work. Our students are really, their information technology pathway is more of an algebra-based experience. And so they're different jobs. They they aren't looking to step up from the Associate of Applied Science that they get at a community college to go on to a four-year institution. Most of the time, they want to go directly to the workforce. So we have to provide those earn and learn opportunities. A great example I'll share with you is in West Point, our partnership with Franciscan Health. So we have students that go through our dual enrollment program called Pathways to Tomorrow there at our West Point campus. And those students have a pre-apprenticeship requirement or a requirement where they're able to job shadow. And so Franciscan Health picks those students. They see the quality of the student that is interested in information technology, and so they start that experience from Franciscan Health when they're juniors and then seniors, and then they start with coming into the community college setting as full-time students, but they're in an earn and learn environment. Franciscan Health has already hired them. They are a full-time employee at Franciscan Health, and they're coming to Northeast Community College up in Norfolk part-time. And those kind of relationships are so important in our rural areas to create those opportunities and create those programs for students that are building those pathways at an earlier and younger age. I have a lot more examples, but other people need to answer this question because those career pathways are so diverse in this space, and we need them all as our employees.
Agreed. I would love to hear more thoughts on this question. Feel free to chime in if you have thoughts.
Well, I'm going to chime in and just say what a wonderful way to put it there's kind of the computer science calculus approach, we think highly technical, very mathy, and then the more algebra or maybe more applied sciences or things like that. And I think that's part of how we have to frame our thinking in terms of our students are going to need all of these skills. We can't just have technical skills coming out of our colleges. We're going to have people who are also developing soft skills, developing the people side, because what is the future of AI going to be? It's going to be the people. We don't have AI without people. You don't have human-computer interaction without the human. And so, and that's, speaking of the Rake School, that's part of what we try to do is make sure our students get that experience of, yes, it's technical, but also it's very much about soft skills and managing and business and understanding that side of things.
I'll double down on that. The human element is certainly not going away, and that's something that we can certainly help provide our students is how to engage with AI and how to actually be able to communicate those results as well as make good decisions from the answers that you get out of the AI tool. We think about, since we're from a college of business, we think about builders and users. Specifically, my department focuses on primarily creating some builders, some people that are going to help build neural networks, machine learning, those types of be deep into how do the algorithms work. Most of the students that I interact with, well, not me specifically, that our department interacts with is through some other required classes through the College of Business. And so a lot of those students aren't going to be builders, they're going to be users. And there's a lot more AI users coming about than builders, right? And so it's really important for us that we're training the marketing, the finance, the accounting, the management students as well, how to be good users of AI and how to be able to make sure that they're applying it in a way that's necessary. We're also doing that with our builders, if you will. They're certainly not going to be the most technical computer scientists out there because we are in a business school, not in computer science directly or engineering. But we want them to understand more of the depth of how the algorithms work, whereas we want all of our business students, anyone that comes out of Hyder, to make sure that they're going to be good users and be good collaborators with the AI.
So from my point of view, and I'm going to jump all over one of the questions that I seated you with, so you can't use that one anymore. As we look at the world of AI and how it's impacting software development, previously you could get by on manufacturing of code. It was all about the fingers on keyboards development of software. We've been saying for the last 10 to 15 years, we need to focus a lot more on the engineering, a lot more of the human aspect of things, a lot more of being able to gather great specifications, being able to really understand what problems are we trying to solve, what are the outcomes we're looking for. So AI is actually going to be that thing, we believe, that moves us to be professional software engineers. The way that I describe it is we all believe we're climbing Mount AI right now. We're not climbing Mount AI right now, we're climbing Mount Professional Software Engineer. And we're about to see an entire industry that's got to pivot and behave a lot more like a traditional engineer. And as you think about traditional engineering school, that's going to be a lot of what is going to need to be reflected in how we get a software engineering degree. A lot more engineering, a lot less fingers on keyboards. A lot more of that human interaction, a lot more of that behavioral design. So,
yeah, sounds good. Looks like Nate had something you wanted to add.
Yeah, I think that it's interesting that Bill and I run a very different, the other end of the spectrum, right? Where we're not training 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. They need trained, and we're glad that you guys are doing that. We're training 30-year-olds that came through software engineering in the 90s when we all learned COBOL and Fortran and HTML1 and Esri V1, where we all have to go back and get retrained. And that's common, right? It doesn't matter. Every 7 to 10 years, we have a complete overhaul of everything that we learned is now outdated, and now we have to go learn new languages, and that's where we are. But the graduates coming out of something like what we have is they already have the soft skills. They have been software engineers, and they have been biologists and zoologists and chemists and all kinds of crazy things that you think, oh, they could never make good AI engineers. Oh, but they can. They have amazing business knowledge that gives them the ability that if they just get a small skill upgrade, they're back in the workforce. And so that's one of the things that the question was originally asked is, how do we continue to upskill? How do we continue to find new people? How do we continue to build Nebraska's AI infrastructure people-wise? And it is these guys training the initial set of 20-year-olds, because Lord knows we need a bunch of them. But it's also retraining every one of us in the skills. And some of that's technical, some of that is non-technical. But we're the other end of the spectrum that lifts the rest of the ships.
Love it. So I'm going to switch back to the traditional side, and then I've got a couple questions for, actually several of our partners up here have non-traditional programs, which is so great. Seth, thanks for being here. So Rakes, I would say, is one of the best in Nebraska at attracting and retaining talent within the program. We always want more Rake students to stay in Nebraska, but can you talk to us about why the school is so appealing, why the program is so appealing to students?
Yes, so I kind of alluded to this earlier actually when I said Rake School is a community and we help each other out, we work together on things, and also a little bit too when I said how what we do at the Rake School is combining that technical with human. And so I think the true value of the Rake School, so for those of you who don't know, the curriculum in the Rake School is quite unique. We've had machine learning in our core curriculum since inception, which is something I'm extremely proud of because not very many schools or institutions can say that machine learning was a core part of their curriculum. But it's this blend of, we want our students to be exposed to everything. And that interdisciplinary nature, where they can have a community of learners, they can all be supporting each other, but they can all be experts in different things who are learning enough of the similar stuff that they can talk about it, they can collaborate, they can work together, is extremely unique. And I'm going to build off something Nate said earlier in this reply where when I talk about interdisciplinary learning, to me this is the same as lifelong learning. I am a firm believer that everybody in this room can learn at least the basic terminology and usability of any modern technology. I think at any point in life you can learn those basic things. And that's kind of the nature of this cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary learning where we have to be open to trying different things. Maybe we're not going to be an expert in them, but we get exposure to all these different fields so that we can talk intelligently about them. And that opens so many doors. I think for our students that has been one of the most powerful outcomes of the program is they leave saying, I didn't even know this was possible. So it's pretty great.
Yeah. That's good. So just going back to the non-traditional side of this with Nate and Bill for a moment, and then Nate and Bill, and then anyone else who wants to answer this question on the panel. So Nate and Bill, you both work or are part of consulting firms that do software work, data work, et cetera. Why did you decide to start schools? And how are you bridging that corporate setting, those experiences? How are you marrying that up with what your students experience?
Yeah, we knew early on that there were a set of people who if given a do-over, would choose software. And so we looked at the world out there, and a lot of people, specifically women and minorities, really didn't walk into a room and see themselves in that room. Most people would look like me. And we wanted to be part of changing that. And so what we believed was we could intercept people who had chosen something else as a career. We've had people who were physician's assistants who decided, this isn't the career for me. Where we could bring them into the Pathways program. It's a 20-week, very intense program, and at the end of it, they come out as an entry-level software developer with a job. And part of the structure was we knew that that person couldn't afford just to step away from their life for that period of time. So underneath that is a company that's supporting them through that, paying them a living wage while they go through the program, and then guaranteeing a job on the other end of it. So we created this safety net for people to actually reinvent their careers. The really elegant thing, though, about the Pathways program is it actually has multiple entry points. And this is something we kind of discovered along the way. The full 20 weeks can take somebody like that physician's assistant and turn them into a software engineer. But at 15 weeks, we can take people whose entire careers have been COBOL and modernize their skill set so that they can be ready for a different workforce. The last 10 weeks, it turns out, is really great for a graduate from a traditional university to knock some of the rust off, to learn some of the engineering principles and practices that they're going to need to enter the workforce and actually have that velocity one, we would call it, as they join a pod or join a group of people. And so in this one elegant pathway, we could actually handle a lot of the use cases that we saw industry needed. And so we've used this product, used this service with multiple organizations in Nebraska to help them create new talent, reskill talent, onboard talent. And it's really been a game changer for them and for us. Like I said, we eat our own dog food, to use Nate's phrase. So we actually use our own programming to bring on our own entry-level talent.
So well said. I think that we both really work hard to find women, BIPOC, low socioeconomic, and veteran. Lord knows we need a lot more of those. And bring them into the workforce that they didn't realize software or data engineering was a thing, or wasn't a thing. Remember, data science, when we started this in 2016, the Academy, there wasn't a degree in data science. Nobody, not just the people up here, no one had a degree. There wasn't a degree anywhere. We had to build an apprenticeship program, which is what it was at first, and Sean and I built it clear back in the day, to help organizations find this brand new skill. Well, guess what? That brand new skill, which was called data science in 2015 and 2016, is now called AI. And there are degrees in AI. I believe UNO's got the only bachelor's. Congratulations. We're just now hitting that, right? It's a year old, so we're still 3 years away from having our first graduate. Fair enough. We don't have many of those, and so we've got to create way more faster. And so the universities are going to do a great job of teaching the theory that we both need in software and data, and then it's our responsibility to create kind of that, and I'll steal it completely from Northwest Missouri State University because that's where I graduated from, Career Ready Day One, where they can actually go into these organizations and we can use them. And they're tempered because the corporations that own the academies don't panic in contemporary analysis. We teach the people, like, it's, hey, listen, yesterday I was building this AI thing and we now deployed it. And it's that come learn from 6 to 9 what a data scientist does from 8 to 5 philosophy but we both have that helps us bring you guys into the fold of AI engineers, which we're pretty proud of.
That's so great. I am going to switch this
Let me
up
just
a
kind
bit.
of make a quick comment to your question.
one, okay.
So we had a great conversation during lunch about transitioning people when technology is changing so fast. And this country has not been very good about it. We have had many regions that have economically devastated when industry change and move away. So the role that you play in our education ecosystem is critical to allow populations that are gonna be left behind by AI and displaced in their jobs by these technologies. With that being said, so at UNO we have, at ISNT, the college where I am, we have an initiative that is called Matrix, and in that initiative, we are creating nano modules, and the reason why we're using nano modules, meaning 1 hour, to train people that come from different areas in the cyber spectrum to learn about cyber. And it has AI embedded in it to not have to watch a video and do the test or read and do a test. It really works with you in our segments. Why an hour? Because the adult education have high, great responsibilities. They do not have time to spend hours and days and weekends. So if we do it hour by hour, they can get this training and help people to transition to these fields when they have been displaced.
That's wonderful. So this will segue into the last question of this section that I want each of you to answer. And then we're opening it up to audience Q&A, and then I have a few other questions in here. So this is about industry partnerships and why it's so critical for business to be involved in higher education. So why should they be? What do you see as working? Tell us more.
So, and I'm going to just build on this discussion around, I would call them adult or modern learners, and how are we providing that upskilling opportunity? That's a huge part of the role of the community colleges in the state of Nebraska. And so I will talk specifically about agriculture and manufacturing, two of the areas that Northeast Community College spends a lot of time in that space. We work very closely with our agriculture co-ops across the state to support training our producers in how to use the data that's in the systems and the equipment that they're using. How are they able to understand what they're learning from their combines, their tractors, their planters, their sprayers, et cetera, and recognize that data is going to help them make better decisions? How do they protect their data? Food security is very important in the United States today, and we have to be extremely focused in helping teach our producers how important it is to protect that data and recognize the threat of cybersecurity and the use of that data within the systems of different companies as well as their individual data. And then I'll talk about manufacturing. When we talk about manufacturing, really what's happening in our state and what's happening in our world is that we're upskilling and moving to more automation and robotics. And the reason that we're doing that is it's just incredibly rich with data. And so that data is gonna help us improve our manufacturing lines and catch anomalies quicker and be proactive in that work. And so we have to upskill every one of those folks in our manufacturing industry. And that's why we work very closely. My friends from Nebraska, Invest Nebraska were here at one point, but we worked very hard to get the Heartland Robotics grant so that there in Norfolk, we're building an innovation hub that is focused on workforce development, that is focused on upskilling our manufacturers in our 20-county service area so that they are able to work with the new machinery. Our companies are hiring people and taking people from each other so that they are able to upskill their manufacturing environment. And so every single day we are working with our industry partners to make sure that we're talking about the changing dynamic and the importance of all of us understanding the power of data, how to use it wisely, and the future of the AI industry as we collect and have accurate and important data.
And we just have 5 more minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to build on what you said, Leah, which is the significance of data, but I'm going to address this specifically from the academic angle, where I'll point out kind of the two sides I see here with the students. The key thing for them is the partnerships. We've got to be having partnerships with industry, state, all of these things are critical to us because academics, we tend to get a little bit out of touch. I'm going to be open about that, right? The stuff we teach in the classroom is not necessarily the stuff that the students are just going to go out the door and learn. So those partnerships are crucial through internships, through all those things, but also through the capstone programs. And that's where they get exposure to real data, real processes. And then the other academic side, of course, is just the research community. And I think as a collection of academics, as a state, we all need to be as proactive as we can be on the research front to bring in the admittedly constrained and difficult environment, to bring in the money that we can, the projects that we can, and invest in our students, our grad students, our research spaces to really further those skills. I would love to have all of our graduates leaving with the skill knowledge that they are absolutely top competitors with everyone coming out of Silicon Valley and all those spaces. I believe it's possible.
So for us, it is critical that we expose them to industry and our partners here in the city and the state. Why? Because our mission is to transform lives in transformative computer science education and research for the public good. That's our North Star. And that's important to us because the population that we serve, as I mentioned before, they do not have the networks or the connections to open doors for themselves. So we are there to open doors for them. With that being said, at the same time, we also want to retain this talent here. So how do we do it? So I know that Leah talked about Learn and Earn. We do have an initiative called Learn and Earn. And in that initiative, we take the entire first-year class to 3 companies in the city, being in Omaha, because we want them to be aware of the opportunities that they have here in the state. I can tell you, my students, after they come back from those, we call them tech treks, they have no idea that there were those things here in Omaha. And they think that only by going out of the state, they're gonna find opportunities, which is not the case. The second thing that we do, we try to get them in projects with real companies early in their program. Why? Because as you all said, soft skills, the professionalization of the workforce is gonna be critical in the presence of AI. So they're gonna be working on projects in their second year, and then they'll get to their capstone. And I want my faculty to approve internships as being part of the curriculum. That will be critical. And if we do that, we can not only educate the best, right, in the state, but also keep them here in the state of Nebraska.
I'll echo what they said. I said a lot of things I agree with. We do have internships as part of our curriculum, and so we very much value the partners in the community that make that happen. Obviously, internships are a big part of Industry Connection. I'm gonna just take a little bit different spin to not say exactly what they said, but we also, as part of our Jesuit mission at Creighton, we value engaging with the community, so some of our industry partnerships aren't just industries in the traditional way, and we encourage our students to engage with nonprofits and help them with their data. And that can be anything from like a descriptive project to actually helping them build models. And we've had a lot of success with that, and that's really impactful for the students to see how they can make a big difference in their own, in the community that they're at least in for now. And hopefully that encourages, again, staying. Internships, of course, and the other thing that I'll highlight that maybe we haven't highlighted is our students absolutely learn soft skills and business acumen and all of those great things from the internships. I think one of the things that I've heard from some of the business partners is don't forget that you can learn things from the students. So our students are really good at playing with AI, and our students are really good at trying and just seeing what it does or what it says or how it works. And they like, that's the curiosity, that's the learning aspect that I'm saying that they're looking for. And so that ability to like show them that they have some empowerment to try with AI tools or to let them show you how they might use it differently than you would is an opportunity for them to be excited and potentially for you to be excited too.
So the really obvious first answer is we hire your products. Like we love your students, they're great employees. The less obvious answer though, and the thing that I've seen really change maybe in the last 5-6 years, is there's a lot more support from the traditional education world for some of the mavericks. And we love that. You know, some of the professors that step a little outside of the box and say, I think there might be a better way to teach requirements engineering. Will you Don't Panic Labs come and partner with us and think about, how might we change the curriculum to match what the world needs right now? We love that. We love that kind of partnership where we can bring our industry expertise back into the classroom for a required class that every single computer science student has to take. Those are great opportunities to really engage and do meaningful things together. I think of Dr. Alec Engelbretson from Doane University. Took a huge chance, took a sabbatical to come and help us put the curriculum together for our Pathways program. Without him, we wouldn't have the first 10 weeks that really encapsulates 2.5 years of undergraduate college education in 10 weeks. It's those kind of out-of-the-box mavericks and the willingness for traditional, what 10 years ago would have been stodgy institutions, to really support those people. And I think if we keep that going, we're going to see some real substantive change in how we educate our students.
I'm really sad because the Mavericks are who we've attracted and built an entire company off of, and you just gave away our secret. Thanks, Bill. I think Dr. Barrett hit it on the nail really nicely. We're faced with a changing economy where all of our organizations and our state have to build AI capabilities inside of them to compete globally. There's a really old article from a Minneapolis newspaper that said, if Minneapolis didn't vote in this new tax and fix their downtown, they would just become a cold Omaha. Ouch. We really risk, if we don't adopt AI, to just become what would just be a warm, boring town. That can't compete globally, that can't compete outside of the United States, that can't compete with the Cincinnatis and the Clevelands and the Portlands and the whatevers, right? We've got to do this, and that requires our manufacturing and our ag, our two biggest industries outside of the state. That requires us to adopt this, and that's the main reason that all of us sitting up here have to partner with industry, is our industries have to have this. Our industries need to have this, and so it's really important that we engage them.
Awesome. So we have 10 minutes, just 1 second here. 10 minutes of audience Q&A. We'll let you go ahead, add your comment, but just want to make sure we leave time for the audience as well.
Perfect. I want to take just 30 seconds and sprinkle something onto this little cake we built. Because I was thinking about, we're talking so much about this pipeline and learning how to retain talent. And one of the other keys is finding ways to engage with the younger community, K through 12, and getting kids exposed to those technologies. And so one of the things we've been doing, the School of Computing this summer ran their first ever middle schooler coding camp. And it was a ton of fun. I hope to never reach the point where I feel like I can't learn something from our youngest minds. The way children see the world is just like creativity in a box. And I think that that's a critical component of it too, is not just lifelong learning later, not just in college, but also building that pipeline from a very young age, exposing them to these technologies. Kids love technology. So that was just the sprinkling.
No, that's so important. I'm glad you brought that up. And I know Northeast is doing some work in that space. UNO has a lot of camps. I'm sure Creighton does too. I just don't know about them. But okay, wonderful. So questions from you all. Scott Henderson.
So I'm already convinced of that. And just a quick parenthesis to my answer. So I was on a Fulbright in Barcelona where they have a very strong universal basic income culture, right? Lots of experiments, things like that. Not that I'm advocating for that, but the only reason why I said that is because I'm very well aware of the destructive power of technology. And because I'm very well aware, I have to be keenly astute to help my students succeed when they graduate from our programs. I know that many of them are not gonna get a job as an entry coder. I need to prepare them to start on third base, using a baseball analogy, right? So those my interest in getting them into projects early in their program.
So they are amazing by the time they graduate, okay? So that's one path. But the other path that I'm exploring equally determinedly is by having the students building their own companies. We just had a camp in AI with high school students. It was amazing what they did. I had a kid in high school who developed an app using AI to learn archery. It was so complete that the father wants us to commercialize it. Think about that. It's a high school student who just got exposed to AI. I am convinced that we can do that for all of our students. And I am working with the faculty to embed AI in the entire curriculum. Doesn't matter whether it's an AI degree or not, we have to teach using AI and empowering all of our majors using AI. But more importantly, I need them to be entrepreneurial and think of themselves as job creators for themselves. So that's another path for me to kind of keep moving forward.
So I always wonder why there was a parking lot between the College of Business and IS&T. I'm like, those two should be together, but.
I'll go with an old answer. Critical thinking and lifelong learning. We've been in moments of disruption before, and this is certainly a big one. We're certainly seeing it. But what always keeps you employable, what always keeps you interesting is what can you do beyond the technology? So how do you augment whatever technology is available today? I tell my students that I don't know what technology they'll be using in 5 years. I can teach them the technology, but more than anything, I need to be teaching them how to be critical thinking, and as well as curiosity, how to continue to learn, because jobs over 20 years change. And we've seen that before, and it's, again, an old answer, but critical thinking, lifelong learning, that's what's going to set you up for success.
Amen. I just would also say that, one of the advantages of the community college work and the work that we've been doing with high school students as well, all the way through lifelong learning, is making sure that we don't silo our programming. Is how do we make sure that our ag students, are learning to fly drones, are getting their drone license, are having a data analytics class, are understanding they might be focused in agronomy, but how do they use precision agriculture with cattle? You've got to make sure, and I wrote down in front of me the word side hustle. Everyone has that second piece. What's that second piece that is adding on to what you're doing and what you're thinking about and what you're learning? And so starting those conversations at a younger age to make sure that you're looking at the intersection between all that we do. Colleges and universities are traditionally fairly siloed, right? I love the example, right? The parking lot between the business school and the information technology at UNO, right? That's awesome. We have to learn more overlap. How do we put entrepreneurship in all of our classes and all of our programs so that students are thinking about, when I may be learning to be an electrician, but how do I run my own business as an electrician? And so that we need to create those overlaps and encourage it as much as possible.
I love the point too about just helping students think about how to add value. So not just you complete your task and you're good. That's table stakes at this point. It's how do you add value above and beyond for your organization. Very good. One more question from the audience. Yes.
This is a leading question. How do we assess how we're doing? If you want to run the slide, please. Sean, this is your slide. So I'm going to ask you to explain what we're looking to do here in your foundation.
Yes, thank you. And I'm so glad Bill's up here too, because he can help explain this. This is a Don't Panic Labs product built in Nebraska. But the Nebraska Tech Collaborative's Executive Committee earlier this year just found that there's a gap between what their talent needs to know and what companies are expecting, and not across the board, but they just want to understand it better. So if you use that QR code there, it'll take you to a landing page with some more information about this. But by participating in this, you will receive a report for your company that will include results from all of the software engineers who participate in it and just where the skills are, where the gaps are, et cetera. That data will be aggregated, summarized, and then shared with our higher ed partners, all of which are on this panel, and then across the state as we work together to just help bridge that gap and provide other learning opportunities. So Yeah, visit that QR code, learn more about what we're up to. Bill, did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered it.
Okay. It closes August 29th, and we're just looking to get as many companies as possible to participate. So even if you have just one software engineer, we recommend you complete this process. Now, that means your survey data will not be anonymous because you have one person, but we'll figure that out. Yeah, any company that has software engineers. So your engineers would actually take the assessment.
Please answer that. We're now just talking about how we can leverage this for federal funding to help bring more skills and funding to the state to do more workforce development for AI and technology.
Yep. Great. Thank you. Any final thoughts? Well, actually, here's the final question. This all worked out so great. Okay, so for all panelists, I'll start with Nate at the end. At the beginning of the day, Matt and Meilani gave the audience a one-in-one challenge to leave with one AI idea and one relationship. With that in mind, what key takeaway or advice would you leave the audience with 30 seconds to 45?
Remember 8 years ago, crypto was going to put every banker out of business. Every financial person was running scared. And Bill and I talked about this yesterday. I can't remember a single thing built on blockchain. AI is going to change the world. It's going to help the world, but about 50% of it's hype. Figure things out. Go take a free class from somebody. MIT has free software. Harvard has free classes. Many of these organizations have free classes. Go take a free class. Learn it. Don't freak out. Just keep swimming, as Dora would say.
To paraphrase Nate, instead of don't freak out, don't panic.
Missed it. Sorry, dude. I'm glad you were here, though, to pick it up.
I'm happy to, pick up what you dropped. I was going to say almost the exact same thing. I don't know if anybody pays attention to the Gartner hype cycle. Every technology ends up somewhere in the Gartner hype cycle. AI has been a different kind of hype cycle. It is cycle as new things get released in AI. That is starting to slow down, though, and now it's more of the tools around AI that are enabling us to use AI in more effective ways. And somewhere over here on the other side of the hype cycle, just climbing its way to the top, is this notion of general intelligence. I would say, be wary of that thing climbing that side. Lean into the tools that are now going to make AI work really well for us. Odds are that general intelligence is probably 7 years out from now or more. and so we're going to be in a world now where we can really take advantage of all these tools that are going to help us to use this AI in ways that we hadn't even thought of. I loved every presentation today. I love seeing AI being used in real use cases. We have these conversations multiple times a week. My day job is working with innovators and entrepreneurs to talk through their ideas. And every single one of them has some sort of AI aspect inside of it. The business problems don't change. How we solve them has. And it's pretty exciting.
We didn't plan this, but very similar. AI is exciting. There's lots of excitement. There's certainly disruption. But strategic use of AI is really important, that we're not just throwing things at the wall, making sure that we have a purpose for it, and making sure that we're not forgetting those human skills, which I already touched on. One thing that I haven't said that I'll just throw out there is ethics, right? There's a lot of concern about how data is being used, and so keeping that front of mind would probably be valuable.
I'm going to go back to what Joe said about K-12. So a challenge for all of us is, how do we convert random acts of STEM in the K-12 level to be more integrated, to build on each other, to really connect kids that start in one little camp and forget about it for the rest of their lives and then go to law or whatever. Sorry. Not offense to the lawyers, okay? So just saying.
But how do we really build that interest in STEM from early age without all of these little camps that just continue to exist without making connections to each other? Let's break down those silos.
I love it. That's so good. I wish I had a pun or something like that to tell you. I don't. This has just been a huge learning experience. I think just by being here in these environments and learning is the most important thing. I guess the 2 points that I would close with is, one, I tend to be more of an optimist. So I take the optimism approach of just have an open mind, learn, try new things, meet people. And that's leading to my second point is just get out there and start experimenting. I mean, there's so many tools out there. Maybe for you, it's just going to chatgpt.com and having your first conversation with a chatbot. I think that's the case for some people are at. Maybe for you, it's trying out some brand new tool. There's a million companies that have appeared around AI. And I say just start trying them out and playing with them, because at the end of the day, the worst thing is maybe it doesn't work for you, but you learn a lot. It's a hugely valuable skill to be open to trying things.
So I would close by saying, we need you to do earn and learn. If you do not have interns in your companies, if you are not willing to upskill an adult learner, if you're not willing to welcome in a high school student for a pre-apprenticeship or an observation kind of experience, we need you to do that. You need the people of tomorrow. It's not just about today. It's about tomorrow. And so it is not an easy task to supervise an intern and to do it well. They don't go get you coffee. They need learning outcomes. You need to make sure that they have an experience that they're gonna wanna come back and work for you. We know with apprenticeships, 80% of students that experience an internship, and it doesn't matter what age you are, they stay with your company more than 4 years. Right? That's awesome right now. And so think about, how do you invest in those, in people and in those talent pipelines? We need you, our society needs that more than ever as we look at the changing landscape of information technology, AI, computer science, cybersecurity, and the like.
That's so good. And my final point in pitch for internships, super important. If you've never done one before and you can only host one, that helps. Many of us taking on 1 or 2 can make a big difference. And just speaking of INSERS, love that product. Thank you, Don't Panic Labs and Dr. Barrett for your work on that. But the INSERS data shows us that if a student has 2 or more internships in Nebraska, they are more likely to stay here. So it helps all of us to invest in that. Well, that'll wrap us up. We are a minute ahead of time. I'm so proud of everyone up here for all your work today. And thanks so much for being a part of this conversation and for all that you do.
Thank you so much. To wrap it up, Nebraska's got the industry experience, the entrepreneurial spirit, and the infrastructure to thrive in an AI-driven world. What we need now is a collective effort from everybody in this room and all of the networks that each of you have to ensure the state isn't just keeping up, but setting the pace. We have the opportunity when someone comes to us, like the largest customer in the world, our government, and says, when we think of buying technology, we don't think of Nebraska. We have to change that kind of thinking. So a couple of things. For those of you who are in the audience that are people, we are self-centered. So the whole purpose for this summit was for you to be empowered to be a better person at work and to drive forward whatever your work is doing. So we want to see you becoming the work hero, the organizations becoming those heroes. Gratefully, we heard differing opinions from our politicians, from our leaders, from people on the panels, and that's great. AI is not meant to be a one-size-fits-all, but most of all, we heard from inspired people. So what we are asking you is beyond the one-in-one challenge, which some of that is listed back here on this, during our workshop, we listed out tools that people are, if the challenge was if you were on an island, just picked an island for no reason, and you had to bring along one AI tool and one beverage, what would that AI tool be? So we had some great answers. Boodlebox is what I'm going to be looking into, as well as windsurf. And then the people, way more than one person did I make a connection with that I want to follow up with. But we've missed people, and we are upfront about that. We knew this going in. We were hoping for about 100 people, and we got more than double of that. So going forward, we are going to do this again, right? As of at lunch, we decide we're going to do it again. Okay. But we'd like to have a board of people so that the responsibility, this is outside of both of our day jobs, doesn't fall so much here. And saying that, for members of GovTech, are you in the room?
A couple had to take a flight, I believe.
Okay. Well, we want to say thank you to GovTech. GovTech helped us put on this whole summit as well. But we've missed people. So reach out to Matt or myself, and please let us know who we've missed and what organizations we've missed, because we really are trying to roadmap where we're at as a state. So that is the invitation to all of you, and thank you to the media for also being here and sharing the good word about what we're doing. My name is Mylani, and if you would like to contact me, I'm on LinkedIn. There's not a whole bunch of Mylani Veenies out there. I'm a friend of Matt's. He's easy to find. So I will hand it over to you, Matt.
Thank you for coming. It means a lot to us. First year ever, we didn't know how many people would show up. Like she said, we had double the amount. We basically pushed the brink of this building's capacity, and we used this building because it was the lowest cost option. And I think it worked out well. I think this is an unused gym in state government buildings that is probably up for sale just because Mutual made that one very, very valuable. So we'll see how long the government owns this building. But until they sell it and make us vacate, we're going to keep using it. Check out our space over there at OCIO. Office of the CEO is right around the corner. And if anybody's ever downtown, or if you are an intern and you want to stop in, let us know. Like she said, I'm easy to find on LinkedIn. And I'm also easy to find here because I'm not the tallest guy, but I'm one of them. So, I will see you all at the after party.
And the dinner. We want to talk.
In the dinner?
Jeff, where's Jeff at? I can't remember the details for the dinner. Is Jeff in the room? Okay, can somebody tell us? Or Mindy? Mindy always knows the answers too.
Yeah, the dinner is sponsored by Parsolvo and AWS. If you want to find John Corky, hunt him down. That way you don't hunt down her brother. So you can talk to them, but they'll be at the after party too. So we will have drinks on SailPoint, Optiv, and Cloudflare. Thank you. And I will see you all next year at next year's summit. Thank you very much.
Go Nebraska.